We are going live. I'm gonna work on.
Sir.
I'm gonna work on Patreon in the background.
All right, sounds good. Another muggy, rainy day in Auckland, New Zealand for today. Rained the whole day today.
You said this is like your guys' typical rain and kind of like unpleasant weather, getting ready for spring.
Yep. Not too long to go before the end of this winter season. Maybe like another week and a half, and then we'll start getting some warm spring weather.
We're gonna start off with some funny. There's like a Samoan content guy.
Oh, nice.
He has some funny stuff. I think you'll think is funny. It's pretty hilarious. He's Samoan, kind of like a comedian / content guy. He's pretty hilarious. Me and Latu Tama and them were watching on one of the first videos that I saw was pretty hilarious. It's about like, you know, Polynesians, what they see when they close their eyes versus Palangis, and it's pretty funny.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm just gonna put this on in the background, and once I get that done, then we'll start. Masi.
Let's go.
Dude, how about the second attempt on Uncle Donald's life? That's
and the guy's from Hawaii, and I know Lee and I have met the guy.
Isn't that crazy? What, dude? What do you think about that? Like, did he seem like a crazy guy or what?
To me, not really, but I think Lee will probably have some understanding on exactly, because I think Lee's had some more in-depth conversation with him. Because I was just a drop the literature kind of stuff at his house, and
so was he conservative or?
I have no idea.
Well, it's a Hawaii Republican. Can't be too conservative.
It could have been like one of those Liz Cheney Republican, or I don't know if Mitt Romney would do something like that. He's a beta that way. He will say mean things to you, but he wouldn't have the guts to go in.
Yeah, he doesn't have the lava rocks to do it. All right, looks like we're good on Patreon. Close that. Welcome everyone. We're gonna get started here shortly. Just working on some final things for the live session here. Hopefully I didn't close some of our videos. That I try to do some prep work, so we're not like trying to find the videos as we're going through the program here. But we'll give everyone a couple more minutes. But yeah, I mean, I saw when Lee said that he knew the guy that was setting up to shoot Uncle Donald, like, and then I went and looked at some videos of him online. Like, I guess he went to Ukraine,
and
they were interviewing him, and he had like purple hair. I was like, what the heck? Like, what is this guy doing? Like,
he's a little bit
I think he had a few screws missing.
Yeah. He definitely went Hawaiian style a little bit. Hawaiian style. Hawaiian style, brother.
Made Kamehameha proud.
Shaka brother. You know, the Hawaiian kind, local life, you know.
Oh, dude. Kahuku, did we talk about Kahuku and the game locally? That was a rough game, man. Rough.
Yeah, that was tough. That was tough. Not that night. It wasn't Kahuku's night. No, not that night.
And then I just saw, was it Campbell? They just ranked Campbell above Kahuku.
Oh, okay. I didn't see that. I didn't see the recent rankings.
It was Campbell or someone, like, and it was someone that you typically wouldn't think would be ranked number one, but
not Mililani. Mililani's the one that's been doing relatively well from the public schools.
Yeah, I don't know. It didn't seem like it.
Waianae kind of comes up. Lilehua will kind of occasionally come up. with some Campbell
Okay.
occasional, not like get there, but like you know,
Yeah, I mean, they can
Capital.
be competitive, but
Yeah.
I've never, when I was in Hawaii, never came across a competitive Campbell school.
Mm,
Mm. I mean, they're competitive, but not dominant. That's the word I was
yes.
looking for.
Yeah.
So, but cool, man. Let's get this rolling. Let's
Roll.
let's get the intro here. We're having people already popped in here, and we'll have others come in as we go. So let's get it going.
Let's roll out.
Oh, looks like I forgot to turn off the music in the background. Aloha, malolele, bula, talofa, and
Talofa.
whatever else. Welcome everyone to another episode of the Polynesian Eyes podcast. This is Tua coming in from South Central Texas, where it's a cool 95 degrees today was the high.
Mm.
Not our typical triple digits, so we'll take it. But that's a beautiful day
Mm.
for South Central Texas at this time. What's the weather like in the land of the long white cloud today, Mr. Aotearoa?
It's a wet one. Pretty much rained all day today here in Auckland. I'm looking outside my yard right now into the sky. It's still cloudy, but the rain has stopped. But pretty wet today. So I'm looking forward for maybe a couple more weeks, maybe of this type of weather before it starts getting warmer and drier. And looking forward to it.
Speaking about rain, weather, and kind of unusual weather patterns, Masi, did you see that the Sahara is like green right now?
No,
Yeah,
no.
it's a
Why are we
little
not talking about
weird.
this? Yeah. Well,
So yeah, let me see if I can pull it up here real quick. But
I
yeah, I
have.
guess they've had a lot of rain
Mm,
going on in the Sahara, and it's like the latest satellite images are like showing like
it's
super
greener.
green in like the worst weather in the world. Here,
That's
let me pull
funny.
this bad boy up.
That's funny because
Yeah,
I'm,
let me
that's why how that word kind of shifted over time. It used to be global warming, then they shifted to climate change, right?
yeah.
So,
Yeah, we'll see
oh,
what the
look at that.
next one is. Hey, Maka,
Hey,
Malo, Malo, thank you for tuning in.
malo nga we maga mehena.
And Maka, we should definitely we need you to come and join us maybe over the weekend, maybe on Saturday
Oh,
or Sunday. We
yeah,
there's a couple items that Maka has his perspective on that
yeah.
maybe we could have some discussions on and go from
And good
there.
points. Good points
Yeah,
too. I
good
saw
points to
some of
bring
those
up.
comments, feedback from. Hey,
Hey,
Tavi.
Kavi, Malo, Malo, welcome, welcome.
Hope all is well, Tavi.
Did you see the langis in Tonga were built for the king of Manua?
You're testy. Hey,
Stay tuned,
alofa aku.
Jay.
Ofa tu.
Hey,
Or
Jay, aka Increase Fleas.
ofa tu, Jay. Only love
Fatu
from
Jay.
here. Only love from here.
Yes. Malo, malo. Yeah, well, let's shoot for this weekend, Maka, to see if we can get connect here and have another live digital Kava session with the crew. But
Mm.
oh yeah, this is pretty funny. Global cooling. That's what they're gonna call it next, right? Because they first
Yeah.
called it global cooling, and then it went to global warming. Now it's probably gonna go back to something else.
No,
Um,
I thought they went from global warming to climate change, and
climate
this is where we're at.
change.
Yes.
Yeah. So this is from September
How,
16th.
dude? How you can't get more recent than that?
Yeah, so
Gee.
look at this. Oh, hopefully we can get past the ads here. So yeah,
Yeah.
that's the satellite images there. Look at that.
Look, that is crazy.
So it's just, I guess, a lot of rain, 6 times more rain than they typically get. And look at that. It's like the
Mm,
Amazon almost. I mean, like, you do that for a couple of years, you got the Amazon basically.
yeah.
So that was kind of strange to kind of see
That
that,
is. No, it
you
just
know?
it just goes to the back pocket of people who say, don't get over um rhetorical or get too much of a reaction of the whole planet blowing up because of human uh living standards and stuff. It's just part of Earth. We were ice age, and then we all melted, and then now it's just part of the circle of life of the Earth. So that's
Yeah.
funny. That's
It's
good to know.
kind of interesting just how things go.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so for the start here, I got some funny videos. I mean, this guy's pretty hilarious. Me and my kids like to see some of his videos. But let's bring this guy up. It's pretty hilarious. Oh, did I stop sharing my shit? Stop sharing. Why did I do that? So he's a Samoan content creator. He's pretty
Oh yeah,
hilarious.
I've seen him before. Yeah, yeah.
He has like this like new episode or
Mm.
series of videos with like the how do you say this in Samoan? Have you seen those, Masi?
Yes, I've seen some. Yes,
Ah, yeah, I love these, man. It's like he has a bunch of them. These are the couple ones that I just found real quick, but it's
I don't
pretty
know if I've seen his
hilarious.
most recent ones, but I've seen his older video. But it's been a while since I've seen his recent content.
Okay, let's watch this, man. It's pretty funny.
How do you say 5 in Samoan? Lima. What about hand? Lima. And mom? Tina. What about hurt? Tina. How is that? What about dry? Mango. And mango? Mango. So how do you say cheat? Fai mango. So how do you say wait till my hand dries? It hurts. My mom cheated. There were 5 mangoes left, and now none remain. Fa'atali se mango lau lima wa tina. E fai mango lau tina. E lima mango na tatoi. Wale e la se me wa tatoi.
This is my favorite part. Oh, that is absolutely hilarious, man. Like that's pretty funny. I don't know why, man. He has one more that's pretty hilarious, but that's pretty creative when he came up with that.
Yeah, that's a newer one that I haven't seen. But he does a lot of content. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. Here's another one. Here's another one. Like he has, I think I've seen like maybe 7 of these different ones. Looks like we got a couple more comments. Don't want to get too far away from them. Jay, stick around for the end of the show, Jay. We have some Tui Manua content for you. One that will really help you see the stars. See the stars. Malo.
Wow.
Hey, George, thank you. George says, hey, y'all gonna get your brother Leon. Would love to hear your thoughts on politics on him. I chided him for talking sports for 3 hours. hey, this is the side job, George. Everything we talk about is not the forte. But that's pretty funny. Yeah, that's pretty funny. And whenever he's available, there's always an open invitation. So he joins whenever he's available, George. God loves you, malo lere.
Hey, malo, God loves you.
Ipu fonu ke kamata aki. God loves you. looks like Rockstone and Jay are having a great discussion back and forth. So Jay, just for we do put these on Audible or audio um, podcast forms. So just so the listeners understand, Jay is a Tui Manua proponent. We love it. We appreciate Jay joining. And his position is that Tui Manua built the langis in Tonga. So we'll get to it. We'll get to that stuff at the tail end of the show, but we have some other fun stuff that we'll go through. So here's another one, Masi, that's I think is pretty hilarious.
Okay.
How do you say tomorrow in Samoan? Die out. How do you say morning? Die out. And night? Bo. What about hit? Bo. And coconut? Popo. So how do you say tomorrow morning and night hit the coconut? Die out, male po, le popo. Yawala.
I love the sentences. They make like no sense,
Yeah.
No.
That was pretty funny.
Yeah, he is pretty hilarious, man. It's pretty funny to kind of watch his sentences, but he's I don't know. I thought that was a fun way to start the show, was to show some of his content, because he's pretty active. He has one of the ones that I think is hilarious is he has like a series of ones of in the shower, right? What white people see when they're washing their face in the shower, and then what Polynesians see. There's one with a bar of soap that is absolutely hilarious. So, it's always great to see Polynesian content creators, and he's pretty creative. He's doing a pretty awesome job. So I thought that was a fun one to kind of start off with. But yeah, he is hilarious. Maka, absolutely. And George, he was fun. So I thought that was a good way to kind of get us rolling, get us relaxed, get Jay to feel comfortable. Sit down, Jay, do a couple stretches, have a couple cups of digital kava, relax the muscles, because we're gonna run up the mountains here at the end of the show. Run up the Ta'u Island Mountains. Is that the name of the island? Is it Ta'u or Ta'u? How do they say it in Manua, Masi?
Ta'u, yeah, Ta'u or Ta'u, not too sure.
Sweet. This is King Louis. Hey Toko, are the ruling class in Uvea Tongans or nah? I mean, the funny thing about that, King, is we kind of mentioned this a little bit. We speak of Uvea, Samoa, Tonga, Cook Islands. It's just when we say, oh, Tongans are the ruling class, there was no Tonga, Uvea, Samoa in the Polynesian nation. It was just one nation, right? And everybody was related. So it's kind of hard to say, a lot of that comes from. So it's kind of, I guess it's a misleading question to say we're Tongans, the ruling class in Uvea. Actually, one of the videos we're going to talk about is from Uvea, and it's related to some of the stories that the rocks for the Ha'amonga and the various langis in Tonga were brought from Uvea. So we are going to talk through that a little bit, but we'll get there.
Yeah.
And hopefully that answers your question there a little bit, King. All right. So the next thing we're going to talk about here, let me close out. I got like a bazillion. Oh, I probably should have moved it over before I close that out. But any thoughts on the video, Masi? So you've seen him. You've kind of watched some of his stuff.
Yeah, I watched his earlier videos. I can't recollect exactly which one were my favorites, but I remember there were some that I enjoyed. And then, yeah, these recent ones I haven't seen, so they're pretty funny. The one you showed, so it's pretty cool that he's still doing some content creating for his social media feeds and stuff. Pretty cool.
Yep. So this next one is NRL strikes a deal with
Oh,
PNG. So this is pretty cool. This is pretty cool. What are your thoughts on that, Masi? Just before we get into this video, this guy goes over like the
Mm.
5 main points to understand about this deal. But what's kind of your gut feeling?
No, it's interesting because for me, my understanding of like when you create a franchise, it's like an owner creates it or it's given the license right to create. But this is interesting deal because it's a deal with the government, right, to kind of help prop up the franchise. And is it going to be a government run franchise? That's the only thing I'm kind of thinking, and
Yeah,
the only thing I can think that's kind of close to this that's still active now is the Green Bay Packers. There's a whole committee
yeah,
and other
because
stuff,
it's
but
the
it's
whole
not
state.
government.
Yeah.
Correct. It's not like government run, but it's like a committee of the fans of like Green Bay Packer fans.
I mean, but
So
that's how a lot of the NRL teams, like the Rabbitohs, are kind of like that. Like the club has like members
yeah.
in it and voted, but then that's when Russell Crowe and somebody else came and bought the club. So it was kind of structured similar to like the Green Bay Packers were.
Mm,
This guy will get into it, but it looks like, I mean, for me personally, PNG, dude, they're rugby league fanatics over there.
there's no doubt.
They,
No doubt about that.
they're
Yeah,
gonna,
for sure.
right? I mean, I guess it's not 100% for sure yet. He's going to get into it. Some people are saying it's going to be in Cairns, Australia. Some say it's going to be in Port Moresby. They're going to build a whole facility there where the players stay when they're playing over there. I'm leaning towards hopefully they build it in PNG because I think that will allow you to tap into it's PNG is a relatively large market when you look at the Pacific outside of like Australia and New Zealand. I'd probably say PNG probably has the largest economy. I'm thinking, because Fiji is the only real one that has a relatively large population and they
Yeah.
have a lot of natural resources. So this could be a very interesting um situation. But with that initial reaction, let's watch the video here and have him kind of touch on the major points here.
Okay.
15th team in the NRL, according to Fox Sports. Here's 5 things you need to know about the story. Now, the first thing, according to this article, is that the NRL has struck a $600 million deal with the Australian government over 10 years to not only get a PNG side into the NRL, but also set up the relevant infrastructure and pathways in the country. $290 million of that money will be spent on football operations, while $250 million will be spent on education and social welfare in the Pacific nation. While $600 million is a lot of money, the ABC reported that the Australian government was set to give $612 million by the end of 2023 in foreign aid to PNG anyway. So maybe this is a refining of that strategy. The second thing you should know.
So really, they were going to give this money anyway. This money was going to be spent in PNG. It just looks like, and he'll get into it a little bit later, I think. This is just a different strategy just because they know the country is so rugby league
Fanatics.
fanatics that this is a way to build some good rapport and buy-in. So yeah, any thoughts on what you heard so far, Mussy? So some of it is going to go to education and stuff, and some's going to go to the franchise, and they were going to give this money anyway.
And
So why not
okay.
build something that the country can get behind overall?
So it's a deal with the Australian government with the foreign aid money that's going to Papua New Guinea. Okay, it's interesting. It sounds interesting. It's just deals that I'm not used to hearing that are
Yeah.
constructed, but it's interesting. I'm interested to
Have
learn
you
more.
ever heard of the PPP contract setups or public-private partnership setups?
I've heard of the concept, but I don't know the details. But I've
Okay.
heard like of the
So
public
this
private.
is, yeah. So in construction, because obviously I'm in the construction field, the public private partnerships was like, it sounds like it's relatively similar to this. Like they would do like major roadways, right? You know how the toll systems work here. So typically how like a potential public private partnership would be like this. the state or the federal government will say, hey, we'll come up with 50% of the funds. A private institution would come in with the other 50% and build it. And then let's say they would say, okay, we're going to charge a toll for the first 10 years of the road. That allows the private sector to get their investment back. Right. And then in theory, then after the 10 years, they get their investment, they hand over the road, and then the public now owns the road. So this seems to be somewhat of like some kind of offshoot of that same concept, right? The federal government in Australia was going to send this money anyway. So the question now becomes, what's the best way they can capitalize on this investment? And then the question now becomes, well, what's the goal here? What's the goal of trying to get one of the larger economies and countries in the Pacific to buy into this whole system? Oh, looks like the official chaplain of the group, Brown Monk, has showed up. Malo Lere have a digital Kava cup on us. Brown Monk, welcome. So let's jump back in here.
Now, is that earlier reports about the team had them being based out of Cairns, where this new bid would see them play out of their own little mini city in Port Moresby, built and set up to house players and their families. The third thing you need to know is that this bid is heavily political. From an internal point of view, the Prime Minister of PNG, James Marape, described it not as a matter of sport, but of national unity. But in a broader context, the Asia-Pacific region is becoming quite politically tense, with nations being asked to choose their allegiance between China and the West. With recent reports of nations like the Solomon Islands making security pacts with China, it's become a pressing issue for Australia and the US to maintain good relations in the Pacific using soft diplomacy, and sport is at the center of that strategy.
Right there. I think that's the strategy right there. It's the money, but what's another way we can get emotional tie and allegiance? Dude, have an NRL. I mean, you're gonna tell me if I was a PNG citizen, I love the NRL, and the Australian government says, hey, look, we can help you get an NRL team. We'll give you some money. And it's a big enough market that it could be financially self-sustaining, right? If you come in, build the facilities, they have enough people, they have a large enough market. This could be a really self-sustaining project. I mean, if you were to do something like this in Tonga, Samoa, Fiji, maybe a little bit better. But Tonga, Samoa, unfortunately, we just don't have the market size. You know, we're a $600 million investment where you're going to get, tens of thousands of people consistently showing up. TV rights, right? In the PNG, it's a big enough market. Maybe there's enough TV rights. I don't know. It just seems to me more financially viable with the PNG. Those are kind of my thoughts so far.
So are they saying that it will be based out of, is it Cairns, and then play with some cities and some home games will be in Port Moresby?
No, what they're saying is the initial thought was going to be in Cairns, which is a city in Australia, and maybe that's looks like we have Mr. Casual Observer here joining us. Hey Lee, how you doing?
Hey guys, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. So we're just kind of running through some of the NRL news of the proposal for the PNG team.
Yeah, I heard. I was going to wait till I got home to jump on, but what you guys were talking about was pretty interesting, so I decided to kind of call in. And the statement, the last thing that I heard before I jumped on was that it's a very political decision, and that's a tough one, man. Like once you start messing around making decisions based on political reasoning, you start going down the path of rugby union, and rugby union makes I would probably say the majority of their decisions around based on political reasoning, and that's kind of to the serious challenges that rugby union kind of faces today.
Interesting.
Yeah, fair point. I mean, and we were just talking about, for me personally, it is driven by that, but the market and the devotion of that market to rugby league, I think this is financially viable. It's probably the only place in the Pacific where such a move would be viable from my perspective. What are your thoughts, Masi?
No, because I'm thinking. Well, I'm kind of thinking long term. Like, how would the money thing go? Like, it's Papua New Guinea. Because I'm looking like $1 New Zealand is about 248. Would people just get paid in the Papua New Guinea, and that'll be a long term? They'll stay in Papua New Guinea. Because the stories that I hear from Papua New Guinea, it's a pretty crazy crime wise. You
Yeah,
know.
yep. Well,
So
and
so
he
the
will get into that.
instability. Okay. So I was just thinking, would players really want to go, and is the tax thing much better? I think maybe the tax thing is probably better in PNG than
No,
like a
but
straight deal.
if the market, if the financials of it were solid,
Mhm.
why does it need that massive of a subsidy to, you know? And then what? It's only going to be players that are eligible for the Papua New Guinea national team that are going to be allowed to play on that team.
I thought it was gonna be
It's
like
going to
free
be
agent.
open. It's going to be
Yeah.
open. The biggest question is, will players be willing to go live
To go.
in PNG? That's the bigger question, right? That's the
Yeah.
biggest question that they have, and he'll get into. This guy does mention, is it when you look at the market size and economy size, great, right? That Tonga and Samoa don't have, but on the flip side, there's the political stability that becomes a question mark, because that's one of the challenges that they do have at that location. But I mean, I don't know anywhere else in the Pacific you could do something like this. But and the thing is they were gonna send this money anyway. Let's say
Yes.
they
It's
spent
free
it all
money.
600,000, 600
Change it.
million on education. Well, why not take a shot at building a facility? If the NRL team doesn't work out, they're going to have a world-class facility.
Mm.
Wait,
Right.
so does that mean that the finances of it are going to be subject to the whims of the political leader and what facilities they should or shouldn't build?
No, I'm pretty sure it's going to be tied to what needs to be built to facilitate it. I mean, this is a deal with the NRL. I'm assuming the NRL would say, hey, this is the type of facility you need. Now, whether it gets executed that way, who knows, right? Yeah. Foreign aid disappears magically in a lot of different places. One of the reasons why I'm not a fan of sending money to Ukraine, because it's magical how that money disappears. There's always that risk.
And then they ask for more. Well, that's the thing. I'm gonna like, how long? Like, who's gonna operate it, Dua? And then, like, when it's done operating, let's just say after 6 years, then what? Then who does it go to, and who will be? Because I'm assuming that the NRL and the Australian government won't be running this forever, right?
Well, they're not going to run it from what it looks like. It's going to be its own club. It's going to be run by some kind of
CEO
club over there. Yeah.
Okay.
Now, you know, that's where the political stability becomes a big question, right? If the government all of a sudden says we're going to take over it, well, I don't know, because that's when you listen to that, he's the prime minister of Samoa is already saying this is not an athletic thing; it's a national unity thing. So it'll be interesting. I mean, you're going to spend that money anyway. I think it's a creative way to be like, well, why not do a franchise? There's a couple funny comments here. First off, Clyde Moore.
Hey, Clyde Moore.
Clyde Moore has showed up. But here's comment is, Tua's on the money. You cannot pay player enough to dodge rocks and spears after a loss. I have seen some of those scuffles of the PNG games. Man, I saw one where they chased that referee and they were about to kill him, man. Like literally. It gets a little crazy over there. But here's the interesting thing. You look at the PNG team, I want to say 80% of the PNG national team are domestic players. They have a pretty robust domestic competition. The question is that domestic competition deep enough to be competitive at the NRL?
Over
Right.
time, it will. Over
Well,
time.
and that's the thing.
Yeah.
Over time, it could be, because look at what Fiji has done in Super Rugby. The Fijian franchise, as far as I'm concerned, man, they've done phenomenally well in the first 2-3 years. Another 2-3 years, and they could be extremely competitive. But we'll see. It's interesting. Let's
Yeah, but here's kind of the thing. You look at the models of what, right? The NRL aspires to get into the U.S. market, right? You look at what is successful: the NFL, the NBA, Major League Baseball. None of these guys make any decisions based on what is a good political decision on the government side, or who do we need to prop up for political purposes. They make all decisions based on pure sound business financials. And so once you become an organization that serves a political purpose and serves the political agenda of whoever's in power, either on the Australian side or the Papua New Guinea side, how do they know that if the government doesn't change in Australia that they're going to defund? Because I can see this being a problem. Like, if I were campaigning against the current government, I would go and say, look, I'm not going to spend $600 million of your dollars on propping up a professional sports team in a foreign country. Like, that just seems like a super easy Achilles heel or an easy target on the opposition to say, you're going to spend $600 million on a foreign sports team. Like, imagine how well that's going to go over with the electorate. And if it becomes an issue where the opposition party uses it to campaign against those who are currently in power, how quickly do you think that funding goes away once the opposition takes control?
maybe. I mean, that's no different than if a bank changes CEO and they decide not to fund something anymore. I mean, those things can happen. I mean, it has its weaknesses being political, but from my perspective, they're going to spend that money anyway.
No, but imagine that. Like, imagine the United States says, we're going to spend $600 million supporting a professional sports team in Ukraine for political purposes. Like, imagine the headlines of where that's going to fly. And they're going to get a vote of every senator, every congressional representative who says you support sending $600 million to Ukraine to support a professional sports team there.
Well, dude, they do that all the time. They build bridges to the middle of nowhere that are tens of millions of dollars. You're just going to have a big omnibus bill. If we were to look at what's in these pork-filled bills, it would make investing in an NRL team look like a glorious idea from my perspective. When you look at spending $2 million to see if the cold lasts longer than 2 weeks, I mean, it's to me, it's when it gets political, yeah, it has its risks, but it's the same thing. I mean, we in construction, you could have the best builder, you could have the best idea, and the bank says, yeah, I'm going to fund your project, and then for whatever reason it falls apart just before. I mean, no deal is going to be a slam dunk ever. I've seen the greatest deals fall apart right in front of my eyes when I thought the deal was done. But for me, if they were going to, it's a great opportunity for the NRL, right? We're going to expand into a market that they already have been looking at. They've been talking about this expansion previously, even with internal money. The fact that the federal government's going to front that bill and possibly pay for it. I mean, I don't see why I wouldn't, if I was either the NRL or the government, I don't see why I wouldn't take this deal.
No, but
PNG, go ahead.
They're going to learn the same thing that the NFL and NBA has learned, right? How much government money did the LA Rams take to build their stadium in LA?
I don't know.
Zero.
Probably zero. Yeah.
Tax, but they got probably huge.
They got offered.
Yes.
You see, the Patriots. The Patriots got offered $1.2 billion from the state of Connecticut to build their stadium out there, and they turned it down. Why did they do that? because they have learned that government institutions make terrible
That-
business partners.
Not necessarily, because why did the Raiders leave Oakland? Why are the
Well,
Athletics leaving Oakland? It's the same thing. The government wasn't going to either build them their stadium or give them enough tax breaks. Las Vegas said, we will tax our
Las
people
Vegas will
and
give
give you the stadium that you want. What's the difference between that and Australia saying we'll build you a stadium and a facility to house the players while living there?
I'm just thinking for NRL, they're gonna be happy about it. But then the Australian government, of course, they're not gonna be able to outspend the Chinese. But investing in a sport that it has emotion, that the people are
That's
emotionally
the
tied
smart
to,
move for it, right?
they're
Yeah.
not gonna, yeah. So that even China is gonna outspend Australia no matter what. But Australia will have some strong sway if they were able to build something that the people and
They
most of
love.
the government leaders
Can you
would love and
imagine
support. Yeah.
the average PNG rugby league lover who's like, we're going to get an NRL team? They're watching NRL as it is, right? And they love it. And then to say, we're going to have our own team. And then for a young Papua New Guinea kid who's like, hey, look, because like they're talking about, it's not just building the facility, but setting up a pathway, right, for these kids to get into the NRL. It's interesting. Let's see what else this guy has on the video real quick, and then we can react to it.
One might speculate that was a chief motivating factor in inviting Peter V'landys to accompany Anthony Albanese in a dinner at the White House late last year. The fourth thing you need to know is that this deal is not yet across the line. According to Channel 9, PNG's NRL expansion boss has poured water over the claim, saying he's had conversations in the past, but a deal hasn't yet been done. Now, that's quite counter to Fox Sports' claim, who thinks the deal is pretty well done, and in fact, they think it's going to be announced after the grand final. Time will tell. And the fifth thing to note is there's still just a bunch of questions that hang over this bid. Will it really work? What if the government changes its mind and pulls out on the funding? Will the team be competitive? Is PNG culturally, socially, and politically stable enough to house an NRL team? How will this Port Moresby city function? Will players want to go there? There's a lot of question marks that hang over, but drop your thoughts in the comment below.
Interesting. Brings up many of the concerns that was mentioned. So
Yeah.
interesting. Any other reactions? Any thoughts?
Well, you're not
No,
going to
I was
have you're not going to have a shortage of players that will be willing to go out there. Any kid who's, but what you're going to have a struggle with is your actual top tier players. If anyone's like, let's say, worth a marquee player that you can really build a team around, they would rather stay in Australia than go to Port Moresby, and that's just going to be them. If Auckland struggles to hold on to marquee players and do that, it's going to be 10 times worse for PNG.
Tax breaks, man. Tax breaks.
Masi, what are your thoughts?
Oh no, I'm just thinking, as the government of Australia, they're not going to outspend the Chinese, so they're going to win. They want to do something that's going to be emotionally tied to the people that can have a sway, because the only people that can really outspend the Chinese will be the Americans, and Australians just being very smart. And if they pull it through, you'll see how it goes. I do have concerns with the sustainability. It's still, we'll see how it goes with the whole managing of it. But hey, at the end of the day, NRL it's not their money, so they're gonna push it through.
Yeah.
So
Well, and I guess here's my question: if it was private funding, how many of those concerns actually go away? None of them.
None of them. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they're still going to be there, even if it's private funding.
The big thing with Papua New Guinea is that they have, the ticket sales. You have like 8 million people, but it's 8 million poor people. The major advantage that Papua New Guinea really does have is that they do have a ton of corporate money because of all the mining in Papua New Guinea.
Yeah,
the corporate
minerals,
sponsorships
rich
part.
resources. Yeah.
Yeah, it would be interesting to take a look and to see what a 30-second or a 60-second television ad goes for in Papua New Guinea, because that's your major problem, is that the television ad space in Papua New Guinea doesn't, the broadcast audience doesn't get you enough revenue to justify the cost. That's Papua New Guinea's major problem.
But what isn't Papua New Guinea the same time zone with like Australia and like New Zealand? So wouldn't that be
Yeah. I mean,
advertised?
I think the furthest point, if you go to Australia's northernmost point, it's only 13 miles. It's something crazy. It's like it's 13 miles, 10 miles from Papua New Guinea. They're super close to each other.
Yeah.
Like Papua New Guinea literally sits right on top of Australia.
Yeah, I mean, and honestly, if you can't do it in the PNG, maybe Fiji is the only hope with Super Rugby, but there's no chance for anyone else out there.
Yeah.
I mean, PNG is the best shot we got in the Pacific, besides Australia and New Zealand.
I do like the idea. I think it'll be probably a much faster and much more sustainable. Maybe they do a transition. If they do it from what's it, Cairns? The
Kerns,
northern
yeah.
Cairns. They do it from Cairns and then play
Just take
home
some
games
games every once in a while.
Yes, to Port Moresby, and then if it's feasible and the club is making money, it's a self-sustaining, and then it's functioning properly, and then you can do a transition to go to Port Moresby or something. But I do like the Cairns and then transitioning maybe over time. But
Yeah.
I mean that's what I'm thinking.
Okay. Yeah, it's interesting. We'll see how it goes. This is, to me, kind of like the first time, see something relatively big coming out of rugby league expansion into the Pacific. Rugby Union has already done it. The only difference, and this is why I love rugby league and Australia in general more than New Zealand, Super Rugby was absolutely strong. They were forced to expand. They had no other option, right? Because once South Africa left, Super Rugby had to do something, right?
Yeah,
the Australian clubs were shrinking. We needed to grow, so Super Rugby was forced to expand. Yeah. What I like about this is the NRL doesn't have to expand. This is not them being forced.
The NRL, well, it all kind of depends on how exactly you look at it, right? Like, look at we're seeing the same questions popping up with collegiate football here. There's a reason why we're moving towards 2 super conferences in college football. There's a reason why the NFL is now adding Madrid to the international games with Germany, Brazil, London, which are regular places now. It isn't, the NRL has to expand. If they can't figure out how to expand, they're going to get overtaken by other things that are growing.
Like, tell me, give me something. Give me something that's going to overtake the NRL in the next 15 years.
The NFL doesn't spend, in the next 15 years, the NFL doesn't spend any money, and you're already getting television audiences that are competing with major sports in Australia as far as television sizes go. The growth of the NBA, interest in the NBA, interest in the NFL in Australia, with zero spending there from either the NBA or the NFL, is actually a major threat to the organization, because the degree of penetration of these sports into the Australian and New Zealand markets are a massive problem. And NZRU doesn't, I don't know, maybe, we've had conversations with NZRU and they didn't understand their demographics are rapidly aging. I mean, there's a reason why they're spending $200 million to try and get some sort of a footprint inside the US, right? And the fact that, cornhole has a larger audience on television here, pro cornhole, than the NRL games is I mean, that would scare me to death if I was the NRL.
Me personally, I wouldn't be. I wouldn't be. I mean, NFL tried expansion into Europe. That obviously fell through. It wasn't successful. Really, the biggest play is television.
Wait. Hold on. You're saying that venture into Europe wasn't successful?
Yeah, where is it? It used to be heavily involved with the NFL.
Okay. They took one NFL game to Germany.
No. I'm not talking about the games. I'm talking about the competition. The NFL competition in Europe. That was not successful, and that was heavily engaging with the NFL.
Wait. What do you mean? What do you mean that laid the foundation? That gave the NFL the information that they knew they could get traction in Europe. Without that competition and what they learned from the European market from that experience, you wouldn't see the commissioner saying, yes, we know that we can support 4 NFL franchises in Europe. So you can't say that wasn't successful.
Well, if they could, then why did it die out? Why? I mean, the ideal situation would be similar to like what Mussy described earlier. You have a franchise there, right? You have a competition there that eventually turns into a franchise that plays. It obviously was not to that level. You could say they got market data, but the reality is it didn't sustain itself. It didn't grow. And honestly, for me personally,
it took, you know how many people were in line to buy tickets for that game that they had in Munich?
Yeah, but those, I mean, I understand, but those are for like single games of actual.
But what you give me another game anywhere on the planet where you can sell a 77,000 seat stadium out in like 12 minutes.
I would like to see that against the World Cup soccer games. I guarantee those are probably pretty high demand. I don't know what.
Sure. I mean, the World Cup soccer games, but is that a professional league?
Yeah, but it's a game that happens maybe once every 6-7 years.
No, they're going to start taking 2 games to Germany. They're going to add Madrid. Like, these games are selling out in minutes, and that doesn't happen.
Okay, once a year. Okay. I mean, I'm just saying. My point is, that doesn't necessarily mean you can sustain a competition.
No, they're going to take Europe will get 4 NFL franchises, and they're going to have 100 billionaires lining up. This is like the lottery ticket for billionaires, right? Jeff Bezos, when he was the richest man on the planet, couldn't get an NFL franchise. So the richest man in the world couldn't get an NFL franchise. So you're going to have 100 billionaires lining up, bidding, you're going to be falling over themselves to get the rights to NFL franchises in Europe.
Yeah, maybe. That's possible.
What other competition? And when you can say, hey, look, we've had these games here, and we have 1 million people in line waiting to buy tickets, and we have games that sell out in 12 minutes.
So my question is, why haven't they done it? And when do you think they're going to do it? If it's like that, they're going to do it when? In 2 years? If billionaires are like punching each other to buy, in what?
Oh, absolutely. Oh, yeah, 100%.
No. So when do you think they're going to have it? When do you think they'll have the franchise?
I think they'll actually expand, right? There's 32 now. I think they jump to 40. They'll have a team in Mexico. They'll take a team back to St. Louis. They'll take a team back to San Diego. They'll do a team in probably Toronto, and then they'll add the teams in Europe. So the NFL is probably going to go from 32 teams to 40. That's my guess.
In what time frame? Do you think?
10 to 15.
10 years? I would probably say they maybe have at best 3 teams. And even then, history has shown the NFL is extremely hesitant to expand. Extremely hesitant, even within the U.S.
Well,
even within the U.S., I mean, and we've seen this.
It's because
expansion is also very dangerous.
No, it's because you know what happens when they expand, right? You just like when The St. Louis Cardinals, the St. Louis Cardinals, the St. Louis Rams, when they moved to LA, they had to pay a $600 million fee just to move. And that fee got split up between the other NFL owners. So that's just the price to move from one city to the other. And it was the same thing with the San Diego Chargers. They had to pay $600 million to move from San Diego to LA. So when the NFL
No,
makes
but
a
we're
move,
not talking about a move. We're talking about expansion. That's
exactly.
probably that is
if that's-
probably money that they owed to the city or someone.
No,
for that.
That's what the piece of the pie that all the other NFL owners split. So they took a $1.2 billion pie that the Rams paid into and the Chargers paid into for the right to move, and then that got split between the other NFL owners.
Well, so what you mean the right to? Like, I'm trying to understand what that means.
Yeah,
They all took a haircut just so they can move because they didn't owe anyone any money. They didn't owe anyone any money, but they all had to give up money.
Yes. So they said the other team owner said, we will support your move from St. Louis to LA, but you have to put in a $600 million right to move fee.
And who gets that money? Who gets that money?
The other NFL owners split that money and they pocket it. That's the cost.
So they make money in a move, but I'm talking about, you made it sound like it was a cost.
Yeah, to the team. So the owner, Stan Kroenke, and I forget the name of the San Diego owner.
Yeah, that sounds like
guy. They had to pay. So they had to pay the other owners.
And why do you think they had to pay that?
Because when you go to a city like, because they jumped, the Rams went from being like number 32 or number 31 most valuable franchise to like top 3.
But why did they have to pay that? Why did they have to pay the league that kind of money?
Because that's the value that the teams got. And then he built that $5 billion stadium with money out of his own pocket.
Yeah, so, I guess that doesn't quite add up to me personally, but that's something we can dive into another time. But to me, that doesn't make sense. It sounds like more to me that there is money that the other owners would lose because there's a change of fan base, change of ownership rights, and potential revenue that is lost from a relocation. That hurts the league, and that's why you have to pay that.
No, not when you're going to the second largest market on the planet and to the entertainment capital of the world, LA.
I would say Las Vegas is more of the entertainment capital. But anyways, I mean, I guess I'm trying to understand. So why are you paying them $600? I mean, you don't just pay someone $600. It's a cost to relocate. And typically that cost is owners saying, we are getting hurt in some way or risk. And that's the driver.
Your franchise is about to triple in value, and so you're going to pay us a fraction of your franchise tripling in value. So when the Rams went from St. Louis to LA, they tripled in value. They went from being worth like $2 billion to being worth like $6 or $7 billion.
10-4. Maybe. I mean, that doesn't make sense to me, but.
Wait, but how does it make sense? If you're going to move your asset from one city to the next and it's going to triple in value, you're going to say, okay, well, it's going to triple in value, so you're going to pay us a $600 million tag for that because we know how much money you're going to make off of it.
Well, yeah, but I mean, so does that mean when Jerry Jones increased the value of the Cowboys that he had to pay the rest of the league? It is associated with a relocation.
No, he had to pay when he acquired it. He just paid for it from the owner. He wasn't moving it from Dallas to somewhere else.
I'm talking about the increase of the value of the team. I mean, Jerry Jones has grown the value of the Cowboys tremendously. And if you're saying that the reason why they had to pay was because the value of the organization was increasing.
Yeah, because they needed the votes of the other NFL owners. Without a
There we go.
75, yeah,
So
without
there-
the 75%, and so the other owners said, well, we know you're going to go from 2 million to 6 million, from 2 billion to 6 billion in value. So we're going to say you pay us 600 million. And
Well, it
we'll
sounds like
support it.
more to me like they were buying votes. Because if the franchise increases in value, that's a good thing for the league overall.
No,
Right?
that's
If-
actually
that's what I'm saying. So it's a positive. So to me is no, I needed you to agree. I will pay you X amount of dollars as
Yes.
a cost
And
to relocate.
yes, because the original plan was it was actually going to be a joint venture between the San Diego Chargers and the Raiders, and they were going to build their stadium in Carson, I think it was, before the Rams and the Rams had their proposal voted on by the owners. And then the funny thing is in that NFL meeting. Remember, you need 75% vote from the owners. That they ended up being like 6 votes short of. Everyone thought it was going to be the Raiders and the San Diego Chargers who were going to get who were going to relocate. But then when they had a secret ballot, everybody supported the Rams moving to LA instead of, because the Rams proposal came with a $5 billion, 100% privately funded stadium instead of one that was a private public partnership with the city.
Yeah, I mean, really, we'll go to the next one because but to me, it doesn't just seem as simple as, oh yeah, you're gonna make all this money pay. It's like, no, I need you to vote for me, and I'm willing to pay for it to show it. But let's go to the next topic. Any closing thoughts on that, Mussy, before we go to the next one?
No, very interesting. I mean, to me, it's gonna, when I think of people expanding, it's always gonna be like that Toronto in the NBA, Toronto Raptors. A lot of players tend, if that's their only choice, they're gonna go there. But if they have other choices, they don't want to go to Canada because of the tax stuff. So I'm just thinking,
Yeah.
when this whole expansion does happen, it does play an influence. When one country really is the source of the players, it's going to be like their last choice, just like how like the Toronto Raptors had to work extra harder to win their championship, just
To attract
certain
the
trades
right
and
players.
stuff. Yes, because I know that is a big deal, because no one has the best tax breaks than America. So
Well, and that's the thing. Look at Toronto. That's kind of interesting point. Look at Toronto. Even after they won it, the team fell apart. Even after they won a championship, you would think like, hey, let's keep this together, and see if we can get. It was, hey, we won. Let's get out of here.
yeah.
Here,
Kawhi,
this next.
Kawhi,
Oh, go ahead, Mussy.
No, I was gonna say their hard thing is they can't keep a lot of quite a few core of the team to stay together, like Golden State and some of the other teams. Kawhi, once he won his championship, he was out. Even
he was
LA,
gone.
even LA with
Was
we
more
all know
favorable.
California, more favorable than staying in Canada.
Yeah. So here the next topic here we're gonna touch on is we've talked about Tonga Rugby Union's problems, right? Where the Ikaretahi are paying for their hotel at the World Cup. They're not getting paid. They're, trying to practice at public parks. and those challenges. We also talked about Samoa Rugby Union with the financial situation that they're in right now. This is kind of interesting. This one is, I guess, Fiji is not immune to the similar kind of drama. I guess the captain of Fiji, and there was some little drama with the Fijian Rugby Union at the last World Cup. So let's just watch this video and then have a reaction to that.
The Rugby Union has responded to former Flying Fijians captain Waisea Levu's allegations and is saddened. But
by the way, I love the sign language there in the corner. Maria Fiji. Maria Fiji. Well done. Well done.
Oh, because they're speaking. No, it's funny because I was gonna say, is there sign language in Tongan when you speak Tongan? Do they do sign languages? If you were gonna do the news in Tongan, but it's okay when they do the English. Only English has the sign language, but not the other ethnic language.
In Tongan, it'll just be a fola haka. It would be like a laka going on. Yeah, that's pretty funny. But yeah, I was like, Maria Fiji, stepping up to the plate, sign language. Maria.
But concerned by his comments, he has brought up issues and made serious accusations against the team at Rugby House. FRU says it's a serious accusation of corruption at Fiji Rugby, and now the level should have been asked to specify exactly what he means by this statement.
According to the Fiji Rugby Union statement, the trustees took responsibility for Fiji Rugby in May 2023, 4 months before the Rugby World Cup, and at that time the biggest priority was in finding the funding to get the Flying Fijians into camp to train and then to play in the World Cup and return to their clubs. After negotiations, it was agreed that each Flying Fijian squad member would receive a sign-off fee of $30,000 and an allowance of $500 per day from 16 July to 15 October 2023.
Man, imagine if the other islands could get that kind of money. 35K, I'm assuming that's Fijian dollars. I don't know what the exchange rate is, but 35,000 bucks. I don't care if that's Tongan dollars or Fijian dollars. That's a ton of money.
Yeah.
Regrettably, 3 days before the quarterfinal, the team manager arranged a Zoom meeting between the captain, some team members, and the Fiji interim rugby administrator at that time. In that meeting, the captain and some players demanded payment of bonuses before the quarterfinal as they threatened Fiji Rugby that they wouldn't play in the quarterfinal match unless the bonuses were first paid. FRU says they took this threat seriously and realized the pressure this put on Fiji Rugby's cash flows. They had no option but to approach the Prime Minister for government assistance to pay the bonus much earlier than planned. An undertaking was given to the players by the Prime Minister's office that they would be paid the quarterfinal bonus they demanded immediately after the quarters. FRU says the bonus was not only promised but was paid. They said sign-on fee of $30,000 has been paid. The $500 daily allowance has been paid. In total, each player in the squad for the duration of the camp and Rugby World Cup received around $105,000 for playing in the World Cup. FRU is now calling on Neada Levu to provide specific evidence to support his accusations of corruption at the union. Irfan Khan, Fiji One News.
Fiji Rugby.
Interesting. What are your thoughts, Masi?
I think.
What in the world? Can you hear that?
Yep, I can hear it. Shine like a diamond.
I have no idea.
Union
Where,
has
I have no idea where
There
that
we
sound was coming from.
No. Oh, now I hear it again. Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Do I need to call you?
Stephen A. Smith.
Stephen
That
A.
voice is
Smith.
very-
Go ahead, Masi.
No, I was gonna say, it's just not good news for rugby, and it's what we've kind of mentioned before. The whole structure of how it's done, it's not done properly, and then you leave it to these, country. Say Fiji looks like has the same problem with Tonga and Samoa. Just need to do the basic things. Even doing the basic things seems to be very difficult. It's not much money, but if you just do things properly, you'd be amazed on some of the talent that will happen. And now that I know the background story on this, it's the reason why probably Fiji were distracted and couldn't win the game against England.
They're dealing with this in the background. Yeah.
So that's what I'm just saying. Just do the basic things, and then you'll be amazed the results and outcome you get. But yeah, that's my
Lee. Any thoughts before we go to the comments? I don't want to get too far off from the comments.
That's the it's when politics is involved in the decision. It's I just feel like politics and professional sports don't mix well.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, politics doesn't mix well with politics.
You're right about that. But I'm just talking about, right? You have the problems, the corruption at the NCAA, corruption with these governing bodies, the Olympic committee, everything. Like it's just
ruins it for sure.
Yeah, and it creates all kinds of problems.
Yeah. Well, some of the comments here before we get too far here. This one's pretty funny from Clyde Moore. The international sign language for Katak stocks, they toki Western Union at with paanga. That's pretty hilarious right there. Brown Monk over here is saying that he 30K Fijians around 15K US. That's dude.
Dude, that's not much, huh?
That-
That's what,
It's not much for professional sports, but for compared to Tonga
No,
and Samoa,
yeah,
that's big
that-
money right there.
that's
yeah,
and that yeah.
and that
No,
would
and that-
be that would be a big deal for their family in
Yes.
Fiji. You know what I mean?
Yes. Yeah. Well, and I was gonna say, a lot of the players, they already make their money in overseas. Whatever the money they get in the home country, it just goes straight to
Straight to
one of their
mom and
families'
dad.
bank,
Yeah.
home account, and that's all they kind of do it for. It's almost
Yeah.
like a give back kind of thing.
Here's hey, Tevita, Malo, welcome. If Ikaletahi ever got paid 105K, they better win the World Cup. Yeah. Not only they win the World Cup, but they will be guaranteed pay for their own hotel at the World Cup.
Yeah. No, and Fijian dollars and the paanga, they're pretty close in the conversion rate too. So they're pretty close.
Mhm. That's pretty hilarious. But yeah, I mean, this is some of those challenges, man. And that's, this once again goes to show, the idea when I was growing up. It's like, man, imagine if Tonga got all our players. Even if we got all our players, there's no way we could provide the stability.
Well, yeah, the stability
for them to be successful.
the training windows, getting the team together on a regular basis. There's an enormous amount of support infrastructure that goes into getting the team. It isn't, and that's, look, these players, they play in Europe. They see what it takes to win.
Yeah.
Right. They're around, their teammates are French national players, Irish national players, English national players. You don't get together 2 weeks before a major international competition and win that competition. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't care how you think.
Yeah, that's true.
It's just, it doesn't happen. And I feel kind of bad because these guys know why would they really risk their bodies that they're using to feed their families and take care of everybody? Why would they really put that on the line when they know the preparation has not taken place to put them into a position to win? And so the preparation doesn't merit them giving 100%. And so that there's a way bigger problem, and the tip of the iceberg is what we see, but there's a much bigger problem going on than just what a player gets paid. That's probably 1/10 of the problem. 90% of it you don't see it because it's below the surface.
Yeah,
100%.
Well, and a lot of that problem is because of the just way World Rugby is structured. It's just filler teams, and then come at the end, you're gonna get your typical teams: England, you're gonna get All Blacks, South Africa, France, and Australia. You get those teams, and it's just another playoff like the past World Cups they've always been. So, and it's even actually gotten a lot harder. So
no, and part of the problem is that World Rugby doesn't make superstars. Like if it doesn't matter if LeBron James, it doesn't matter where LeBron James plays, he's going to get massive television ratings. Why? Because he's a superstar. And the problem that England, that World Rugby has is that because there are no stars, television ratings really suffer if you have a small country like Tonga that makes the World Cup final. You're going to get like what, 60% drop in television ratings.
Yeah.
But like, Kawhi Leonard, Toronto, who the hell, who cares about Toronto? But because Kawhi Leonard was there and Kawhi Leonard's a star, everybody watched. And that's going to be the same thing with if you actually had genuine rugby stars. And if World Rugby did the same thing that the NBA decided to do with Michael Jordan. The NBA said, we need a global star. Who are we going to turn into this global star? You think Michael Jordan happened by accident? Michael Jordan was a creation by the NBA saying, we're going to we're going to give the entire world a face to remember in the NBA. And so if you don't do it, Charles Butau should have been that guy. And they did. They don't do that. I mean, they were actually like Jonah Lomu should have been that guy. They were terrified of Jonah Lomu. Instead of trying to celebrate and push him to the front, they tried to push him down.
Control him.
NZRU did that.
Yeah, I agree with that.
It's because the guys who actually run, who are driving the boat, have no clue what it means to be successful on a global stage. And it's all like little interior turf fighting between a bunch of dummies.
Well, who's the face of rugby league? Is NRL doing a better job? Who's the face of NRL?
Well, it's Ivan Cleary now.
Yeah, is he the face?
Well, that's Nathan Cleary, right? His son. Those are the two. Those are the two guys that. I mean, for a little while there was Jason Taumalolo, and I think the NRL was not smart in some of the rule changes that they made, because when you see Jason Taumalolo, you are impressed. He is a specimen. But then with the bunch of the rule changes that they made, they've kind of diminished the role and the value of those big bodies in the middle. And now the players, I think if you look at the average weight and size of NRL players, it's actually decreased slightly since they've made those rule modifications. And I mean, it's fine, but you're not gonna. I don't think it's helpful to creating. Maybe I don't know. I think Nathan Cleary is a pretty big star, so. Maybe I'll reserve. You don't have a big body like a Jason Taumalolo, who's right. It's a bunch of these smaller guys. So, but like if Jason Taumalolo walks into a room, you are impressed. If Nathan Cleary walks into a room,
you have to watch some stuff. Yeah,
there's some truth to that. I mean, but Tom Brady's not very impressive when he walks into a room either.
Oh no, dude! Tom Brady is how tall? Tom Brady's like what, 6'4"? Peyton Manning. They are, I mean, maybe they are big guys. Tom Brady's not small. Peyton Manning is not small.
Yeah, I mean, we see a lot of, but they're not very big. Like if I see 6'4" guys that aren't very impressive either. I mean, when you see Tom Brady, it's not like you're impressed. I mean, I saw Ray Lewis, who was 6'1", 6'2". He's impressive.
Yeah. I mean, you have to be like over 6 foot. But Tom Brady walks into it with dude. There's a reason why he does the commercials that he's on, right? He's like he's the best looking guy in the room.
Yeah, but so is Nathan Cleary. But I mean, no, I agree. The point is, I agree. I don't know the U.S. market is just an unusual market, I think, just because it is so ingrained in every part of the culture. And so they're always on the cutting edge until someone kind of overcomes in economy and culture. But that's definitely something that needs to be improved. I think this is a great idea by Brown Monk right here. Clyde Moore, we need to figure out a time when you're available to join us, Togo. That would be fun. But maybe we'll be in touch and see when you're available, Clyde Moore, because I think that would be fun. He has some pretty funny comments. Next topic. I was really worried about this one for a while because I thought we were going to be bottom feeders.
We beat the Canadians. Malo, yeah, we got it. Malo. Is this? We can't go any lower. So is this the end? We're gonna start.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, we lost. I met with some. I met at our corporate office a few weeks ago with some Spaniards. Right? They flew in from Spain, and we met them, and it was kind of hilarious to talk with them. One of them's a rugby guy, and we were talking about we lost. I was like, oh man, we were suffering. It's like I told him your comment, Mussy. Yeah. It's like, what's really sad is my brother said, how do we lose to a soccer nation? And the guy just cracked up. You know what? That's true. our rugby team is terrible. Well,
I'm
not that
pretty-
terrible because
I'm
we got
pretty-
smoked.
I'm pretty sure if you go to somewhere in Madrid or Barcelona and say you guys have a rugby team, the person will look confused in that question, like, what?
What
What?
is
Yeah,
that?
you guys beat the Kingdom of Tonga, who's been playing rugby for a long time, and it's their number one sport. It's crazy, man.
Yes. Hey, Water
Oh,
Bears,
water
the
birds.
official PR rep of the Polynesian Ice podcast. I saw in the earlier comments there, Water Bears, that you may be having a little too much fun. Little too much fun. I think Water Bears is skipping the Kava and maybe inhaling something. And I won't go. We'll leave it at that. But he confessed. Water Bears, you need to have a direct chat to the chaplain, Brown Monk, for
Yeah.
those type of conversations for the confessions.
Hey, it's for medicinal purposes. Hey, water birds. Hey, medicinal purposes.
Marie, vai ni, hayane, aupito. Marie, vai ni. We need a taco shop in Vaini named Water Bears Tacos.
Oh wow.
So that'd be a great mix there, Water Bears. Here's a couple other interesting comments here. World Rugby needs to control television rights for all rugby tournaments globally to create those type of stories and heroes, but that will never happen. It'll have to learn from international soccer. That's probably their best option right now.
Yeah, man, that's they've.
Well, the
They
international
have-
soccer, right? FIFA, they do a pretty good job on like highlighting, especially like Messi and what's that, Ronaldo. They really highlight their kind of soccer stars. So obviously, soccer is catching up. So obviously, maybe rugby needs to follow something like what Clymer is kind of saying.
Yeah. Here's another interesting Tom got terrible reviews about his physique. What makes Tom Brady impressive now is his physique for his age. Right?
Yes.
That the way he's been able to build up. I mean, when we say quote unquote build up, I just saw a video.
His pliability was his thing.
Well, I mean, I just saw a video of him with no shirt on a boat somewhere, maybe in Florida, because he has a house in Miami, I hear. And you know, he still looks somewhat similar to the guy who was in the NFL Combine. The only difference is he's got some good tone, a good tan, but not too much changed.
I think Tom Brady still holds the record for the lowest 40 at the Combine for a quarterback.
Oh, man. Oh, Water Bears has strong opinions. You know what, Water Bears, man? I love Andy Reid with the Chiefs. But the more I watch some of these, reports on what the referees will and won't call with the Chiefs, it's kind of getting like you can't avoid it. It's like the 2020 election, right? You can only avoid if it looks like a fish and it smells like a fish and it swims. No. I don't know, man.
I know people say the NFL. Why would you need it? Is well, here, let me say this. The NFL is rigged. And it is rigged to try and make sure that no team is dominant. It's actually rigged in a way to screw you if you're at the top. If you win the Super Bowl, you go last in the NFL draft. That you get all the hardest games. The NFL does everything it can to get somebody else to win the competition. You play all the division leaders. You're right. All your guys want to get paid. The team breaks up. The fact that you can hold a team together and actually have dynasties. The NFL they do everything they can to prevent dynasties from happening because it's not good for the game when dynasties actually do happen. You actually want if you look at who wins their division, I think it's close to like 60-70% turnover on who wins the division, moving up, all of those kinds of things. Unless you're the Browns.
Well, no, yeah. I was gonna think that what the Chiefs are proving, if you just, and this is why everyone's just saying the quarterback's just gonna be more valuable. If you just have a good coach and a good quarterback, you're gonna be able to maneuver through these NFL's rigged obstacles, because they do make it very difficult, kind of like what Lee was saying. But I was thinking, I watched the interview with Steven Adams, and he did say, when people were saying like with the fouls, he did say in the NBA before All-Star break, before the refs are very, like, any little thing they'll call like a foul.
Yeah.
But he says once after the All-Star, and he said the NBA is doing this with intention. After the
Yeah.
All-Star break, at the end, he said then the fouls it gets a little bit more physical
Yeah,
than
that's
prior to
it's
that. So who knows? Maybe the NFL is
that
doing
that, that
something like
just like federal government and politics has weaknesses, so does businesses, right? Everybody makes decisions off of money
that.
and influence. And
Yes,
if
but
if you're from a small market, yeah, and it's a 50-50 call. I mean, let's just look at
but
the
Kansas
NBA.
City's a small market. Kansas City's a small market.
Yeah, but Taylor Swift is with them. But yeah, I mean, what I'm saying is this: is whether it's a small market or not, the NBA has a documented history of referees directly
Yeah.
getting involved in games. So
Yeah.
it's not a long stretch to go from the NBA to the NFL and say,
No.
is there a chance? Oh, please.
Mm.
The NFL is not some saint of an organization. They are they have their own problems. But here's some other comments. Dude, Water Bears, whatever you're enjoying this evening, it is absolutely top notch. Because here's this: NFL is rigged, the earth is flat, and Tupac and Bob Marley are still alive. Followed up by Taylor Swift is a puppet with her fake relationship with Travis
is-
Kelce, and Pat Mahomes sounds like Hermit the Frog. And
Hey,
this is
don't
why.
Don't take
Go
that
ahead, Lee.
Kermit the Frog title away from Mike Tyson. You know, he still
Water
holds that
Bears.
title.
This is why you're the PR rep of the digital Kava sessions. That is hilarious. King Louis, we will have a video coming up that will in ways answer that question for you.
Yeah.
So you and Jay, even though Jay is a little aggressive, I said, Jay, I think Fleas is getting frustrated with all the data that Mussy has been bringing, that Fleas is
Yeah.
losing his mind over there.
No, I can get questions if there were questions about our videos we've done on doing Manua, but it's just the same old thing.
Yeah, it's the same two people.
We love our friend Jay. Who knows if he's really Samoan? He's just putting a Samoan flag. Maybe he could be I don't know. Maybe
He's
Tuvaluan or something. I don't know.
Mussy, I think he's one of the guys that were buried with the rocks next to the Tuimanua mound. Like you said, doesn't exist. Oh Yahweh, the chaplain has spoken up to Akataki. Not everything that smells and tastes like a fish is fish. That's a fair point. That's a fair point.
Especially in today's society, that's for sure.
Oh Yahweh, I'm gonna have to repent and change my ways with the chaplain.
Hey, but go MMT, some big international matches coming up.
Yeah, that's let's just skip ahead to that, Masi, because that is I was gonna talk about Pellegrini because he was to me was kind of like the highlights of the Pacific Ikaletahi. But there's a couple videos. Let's go to a couple videos on the MMT since the chaplain has put us on that track.
Yeah.
So let's start with the new logo. So there is some drama with the MMT.
Trying to change the name. I've been reading some stuff on that. But
so there is some drama, just like with Fiji, Samoa, Tonga has our own bunch of problems. Let's look at a couple. So here's this video. It was kind of cool. This is with the new MMT rebranding, if you want to call it that. Can you see that, Mussy?
shit, bro. Aka apai. The garland. It's pretty tika.
Not bad. So it's the new logo, right?
I like it.
So it's pretty good. I like it. It's pretty cool. I mean, I thought that was a cool little video to explain all the elements of the logo. So yeah, any thoughts? Any thoughts from the
No,
to the video?
no, I like it. I like it. I'm a fan of the new logo. But I did read some stuff. They were trying to change the name, or who knows, but it's not that. Maybe it's just maybe social media kind of pushing that narrative forward. But I guess
No,
there's
I
still some internal stuff
yeah.
that's still going on in the background.
So the International Rugby League is going to move the rights supposedly to this new organization. So that's
Why?
yeah,
Why is
because of
that?
some kind of issue with the Tonga National Rugby League. So that's kind of, I don't know. It seems to be legit that may happen, Masi. And I guess the Kautoa is, that's where that name comes from. With that thing of the hymn. I mean, it's hard to beat Matema Tonga, man. I mean, that's hard to beat. But
Nah,
I
yeah.
saw an interview of a representative, I think, of the TNRL, the Tonga National Rugby League, that they say they own the name Matema Tonga. And it was kind of funny because the guy who was getting interviewed, I don't know if he's the secretary or rep, there's like, so who owns the Matema Tonga? Oh, Tonga National Rugby League. And who owns Tonga National Rugby League? Oh, the clubs. And who owns the clubs? The people in the clubs. It's like
Yeah.
there is no real direct ownership, but to point to who actually owns it, but
The people.
it was
It's
kind
the
of funny.
people at the end.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if that is the case, man, and if International Rugby League has moved on and given the rights to this new organization, just give up the name, man, for the sake of the people in the country.
Wait, why did the internet? I don't get it. Why the international created a whole new committee and group and gave them the rights? Why could they just sort it out with the current
You remember when
guy?
they played New Zealand or Australia? They had to
Yeah.
change the jersey. It had something to do with that. There was some like your favorite coach, Christian Wolf. They had some issues. I think the old regime tried to get rid of him. He pushed back, and there was a power struggle of some sort that led to this.
Yes, and if we go into it now, looks like the old regime had the right thing. They saw something that
I
Christian
knew
Wolf.
you were gonna say.
I knew. So, hey, I mean, I don't know where Lee stands, but Christian Wolf, you think he still needs to stay on Matematonga until the next World Cup? I've already told Tua that Christian Wolf, I don't know how many World Cups our original players are getting old. Tamalolo he's not playing at his best, but I think it's because of his club is not using him properly. But Christian Wolf, that's why these international games are going to be a big testament. If he ends up losing, like I said, we need to move on. It's part of it's kind of having that mentality of being where the Alabamas now. We have the players. We just need a certain leader to lead us. And I still don't think Christian is our guy. Tonga already has a national brand and players that we can attract high level NRL coaches that are willing to coach for Tonga. But that's just me.
I don't know. It's kind of hard to move on to who and what based on what criteria. Like it can get a lot worse than Christian Wolf.
You think so?
Oh yeah. mean, do you think the selection process is that these major institutions go through, like Alabama, like Michigan, Notre Dame, even BYU? Like, they're not easy things to do, And I think if it was up to me, I would stick with the guys who kind of put it together first, because we're not in a position, like we can't even figure out what we're doing with the team name, let alone.
Fair point.
That's true. Fair point. Yeah. Well, and that's Well, and that's always been all the small island states, Fiji, Samoa.
Achilles
it's
heel.
the leadership within what you have, the resources you have, and to optimize it. That's always been the struggle.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Hey, Sakalia.
Sakalia.
Malo, thank you for joining us. Clyde Moore says that sounds like the TNRL, maybe just like Tonga Rugby Union, spending a lot of money but no receipt.
No, no, there is no money. That's it's even like with the Fiji stuff. They don't have money. There is no money.
Well, compared to U.S. expectations, but
I know,
it's like 30K Fijian dollars, man. That can buy you a lot of curry.
Yeah, but that's still that does nothing. Like if 15,000 US per player, what's that going to do for the national organization? Nothing. Maybe it gets a few meals, but if you're talking about actually elevating the national program, that does nothing.
Yes and no.
Yeah, I was gonna say
it gets a little bit more. If somebody said, let's just look at what's that Tongan Fijian player that we looked at, right? He's now like the most capped prop. Is it Ma'afu? And he had two options. Ikaletahi, where he pays for his own hotel, pays for his flight just to try out and work on his accommodations, or Fiji, who pays for his flights, pays for his accommodations, gives him 35K. Well, guess what? He goes to Fiji. That helps Fiji. That doesn't help Tonga.
Yeah, but
no, I mean, to be honest, I'm just saying, for a program, you can always build facilities to kind of really get the most output for on the performance on the field. But a lot of those players, they just do what we've been doing. It's just do the basic needs. Do the payments on time. Make sure you have your bonuses ready when they achieve certain
what
games
you've agreed to.
Yes,
right?
what you
Because
agreed
that's
to.
what the Fiji players were upset about.
Yeah,
it's not that it was unexpected bonus. They said, hey, the bonus that you promised us if we make the quarterfinals.
Yes. No, and that's what I'm saying. That's what the players want. And when you win, you don't not only do that, you just elevate the whole program in itself in a way, even though maybe the structure is not there yet, but you still will elevate the program if the players are met with the expectations. So I'm just thinking, like, even because that's what the players do it for, is to whatever they can get for their families back home, or relatives.
Yeah, and honestly, the players, that there are certain benefits for playing for Tonga at a certain stage of your career, right? Let's say you're playing for a club that's not at the top tier, and you get international under your belt.
Yeah,
you
get some more
of that.
You do get a bump in pay once you hit.
But once you hit that, there's no real motivation after that. Right? Like that's what the Ma'afu guy seemed like he was trying to do. He's like, hey, if I get the international, it could get me maybe more exposure, get me a bump in pay. But once you get that and you only need to play for a couple games or go to a World Cup and then you've hit it, then there's no more benefit in playing for Tonga or Samoa and all that other stuff. Here's some other things I thought it was kind of cool to take a look at. And then there's a video that I thought would be cool. But, the Red Sea is coming, right? They're already talking about it. You're going to lock down. There's going to be gridlock wherever they're having the games. You know, look at that. Just this is kind of cool just to look back. And then I got a video. This is the one thing we do bring to the table. It is the atmosphere. It's that experience. I mean, I remember listening to the Australian team when they lost to Tonga, how they were just the environment. They said it was like the NRL final. And then to hear the Red Sea also sing the Australian national anthem kind of caught them by surprise, kind of gave them a unique feeling and experience. And then also, you know, the England team when they played against Tonga in the semifinal, right? And he described that environment. He just what the Red Sea brings to the table is just very rare kind of experience and atmosphere that you know it can change a lot.
This is the thing I do kind of worry about if these things don't get sorted out, because I don't think you'll lose momentum and you'll lose maybe the opportunity to kind of build off, if like what you said, if this infighting with the whole international rugby recognizing a different committee and the different committee is not, I don't know, losing all its name rights or can't use. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, I'm just saying that, man, I just can't believe both sides are not sorting out their issues. Because I don't think it will last. I don't think it will keep lasting like this for a long time.
We need more wins against tier 1 nations to maintain the enthusiasm. And also to continue to attract the younger Tongan athletes to be like, no, this is worthwhile, because they have a lot to lose, right? They have a lot to lose. But here's just a cool, you know, this person saying this is the best ever rugby league atmosphere.
Oh, is there sound to it?
Oh, you guys aren't hearing the sound?
I'm not hearing it. But
okay. We are having technical issues.
Oh, it's okay then.
I don't like that because we have some special stuff here that if there's no sound, then I don't know what the problem is. But in the meantime, you
no.
Wow. Okay, well, we're having some technical issues then. JJ, this man, I do admire Jay's consistency in sticking around. Looks like we're having some issues Jay wants me to fix. Malo Jay for the support. You know, let me try another video here real quick, and hopefully we don't have that issue. You know what? I know why. Let's redo this. We're going to skip over to some other topics here real quick. And hopefully, let me know if you don't hear sound with this one. You know what? I think the web browser is overloaded. This video here that's coming up this is in Uvea. Is it King? King, this is
this the Uvea video?
Yes, this is the Uvea video. Can you hear the sound?
Okay, yep.
So interesting. So this is a gentleman from Uvea, from Mulikihaamea, right? Very, very recognizable name to Ihatakalaua, the last to Ihatakalaua. So he says he's a descendant of the Mulikihaamea, and it looks like a Tongan brothers over there. And this is where they say the Ha'amonga rocks were cut from and shipped to Tonga, according to their legend. And, you know, there's also oral history in Tonga
Yeah.
that states the same as well. That many of some of the stones for the
From
Ha'amonga
Ewa.
and from Ewa, from Uvea. So yeah, this is kind of that video referencing that.
Ko mulika hamea. Ko hingo na api ni ko tatakamutong. Ka ko le hanga no omi api fitu ko nai. Tu se ko fumaka ko atolanga ke hamonga. O kau he tanga ilo ia I uvea waris. Ka ko ni kai nga mo me ke ko. Ko fumaka ni umlau pe ko nai. Na tu se ate tu tatui. O whakaheka ko a wingi tonga ke ngahi a koe ai hamonga. O leu tuku ki a tangata iki. Au tonga ni una ma whopena toi ue. Koe haamuri ki hamea. Tangata iko ni business lahi a he. Moi. Nata koe ni koe. Mafi o uvea. Ka koe. Fumaka. Fumaka nai. Ki hamonga. Ko historia witu. Te a mai. Ai koe. Ala tuka kai. Ai ha pe ta ia. Tau. Pe na ma we fe ko. Ja. Mala.
Very interesting. What
Yeah.
are your
Yeah.
thoughts, Mussy, Lee? Comments?
Ooh, there's a good chance that it could be from Uvea or maybe even parts from Uvea to the Hamoa, because I do believe that the boats, especially what's the type of boat? Was it the Dongyaki? Was the biggest one? Tua?
No, Riccardia.
Guardia. Was that the biggest boat?
Yeah, it was the biggest boat, but was it the Lomi Peao? It's the name
Oh,
of the
Lomi
largest.
Peao.
Well, the Olympia, yeah, was the
Yeah,
name of
was the oral history says that's the largest ever
Lomi.
Garia
Correct.
that was built, and that was the one that carried a lot of these stones.
These stones. So hey, I mean, there's a good chance. There's a good chance that it could be here. But yeah, to me, it's very interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah.
But I still don't know enough to really decipher if it's Ewa or Uvea to kind of give a solid opinion on that. But yeah, that's just me. But hey, this is a cool video.
But here's the thing, though, Masi, right? Whether it's Ewa, whether it's Uvea, or even if it was from right by the sea, by where the Ha'amonga is,
Mm.
the logistics to move those stones are unreal,
Yeah.
right? Like just, I mean, that's just mind-boggling. So, I mean, one of my questions, I guess, for Jay is what kind of major monuments in Samoa that they do such transports with? Nothing that I'm aware of.
Mm.
Right? So,
Yeah.
I mean, that's a fair question. King Lewis, this was the video I was referring to. What up, Bears? You're hilarious in some of the comments. But I mean, this just to think of. I mean, these are what, 20 to 40
Yeah.
tons
Yeah.
rocks, even in today's construction efforts. This would be a major feat, right? And the amount of time, the amount of energy that it took for this. Remember, we did that one study, and for 3 cubic yards or 3 cubic meters, it took them like what, 3 days to cut it out with modern tools?
Yeah.
Or something crazy like that. Now imagine a stone the size of the Ha'amonga.
Mm.
And Pai being
Yeah.
transported hundreds of miles in the open ocean. I mean, they spent a lot of time trying to figure out how they moved the Moais on Easter Island.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And you guys have seen the story that the oral history was, they took a while because they said that the Moais walked. And these guys, after spending years of trying to figure out, they finally listened to some of that oral history, and they actually made the stones walk to where they were by tying a rope behind it and swinging it left and right, and the curve of the feet by pushing it left and right, the stone walked. Right? So here you have oral history in Uvea, saying this is where they cut the stone. You have oral history in Tonga where they say, yeah, some of these major stones came from Uvea, some came from Ewa and other places. But these are significant. These are not small feats. And honestly, when you think of an empire, you would think of feats like this, right?
Yeah.
Like some of the people who say, oh, people who believe that Tu'itonga was an empire, you hold on to your ruins. Like we said before, that would be the equivalent of mocking the Egyptians for their pyramids and say, you just hold on to your pyramids and say you're a great civilization.
Yeah, and the faces of their pharaohs and all of that. But it's pretty crazy. And it's I haven't seen any local videos of local guys in Ewa to kind of specifically say where they, or some of their oral history of where specifically the rocks were cut. But
Yeah.
it's pretty cool, after seeing this video, I was like, and then having a local Uvean person that's that knows the area and the island to show specifically where, and just looking at the rock, it's pretty close to what the Ha'amonga will look like. So,
Yeah. I mean, and obviously it looks like something was cut there, right? Pretty straight.
Yeah.
It has edges.
The funny thing is, koe motua ko nei rea, koe motua Tonga, eh?
Yeah, but the guy touching the
That's
rock
there.
Yeah, is from
Okay,
But
because
he says the place that his home in Uvea is called Tatakamotonga. He said,
Takamoto. And he's a Murigi Ha'amea. His name is Murigi Ha'amea. Look in the names, yeah. No, that's pretty crazy. That's pretty crazy. So I mean,
because they speak French, right? They'll all speak French, not English.
Yeah, they're under the French territory.
But I mean, they speak. It almost sounds like Leafakaniwa or Tongan when you hear them speak.
No, I've heard them speak. They came over to the Polynesian Cultural Center one time, and I was like, you saw their stuff. It was like,
Yeah.
and stuff. It was interesting.
Yeah, here's another video. I think, and we're looking like we're coming up on 2 hours. We're going to spend some time to go through another study, kind of walk through some of the documents. So Jay, please stick around. We'd love to hear your feedback on this. Not going to get to every comment, guys, but we'll just kind of pick some of the highlights here. Yeah, 100%, Sakalia. It is brilliant, and it's in many ways mind-boggling to think that they were able to do something like this. No problem, Brown Monk. Appreciate it. And yeah, King Louis. This is the video I was referencing earlier. So glad you were able to see it, Toko. And he confirmed here. Yes, they speak French, but local language mirrors Tongan lingo. 100%.
Yeah, because I read their newspaper. You can read their newspaper, understand them talk,
and understand what they're talking about.
Yeah, everything they say until you can hear and understand.
No, well, I do have a question though, Tua. When he said his home was named Tatagmotonga, is because I would think Tatagmotonga is much more of a recent name, because I'm pretty sure all that area was just known as Mua back in the days. The Tatagmotonga, La Paja, Talasiu, all those areas were much more recent names, especially when they started having districts of like breaking it up. Or like, how did Takamotonga even come with its name within Mua? Because I don't know. I'm just thinking those are much recent names, right? Or was that
even
old at the time of the
I don't think that that's necessarily tied to when they got there. Right? It could just be tied to whenever that ancestor came and named it, right? Because the Mulika Amea obviously is much later in the Tu'itonga timeline, right? With the Tu'iha Takalaua, and that's obviously in the late 1800s, so 19th century, Mulika Amea. And so it could have been maybe a family of theirs that came over much later. But what he's saying is the oral history says this is where, whenever they took the Ha'amonga out, that's where they got it from. Because
Okay.
I mean, and I see where you're coming with that question, right? Because we take the position that the Ha'amonga predates the Tuitonga, right?
Mm.
With the Tangaloa and Maui
Well,
time frame.
and even that expert guy of just weathering, of those limestone, because over time it does weather down, and he's just
Yeah.
doing the measurement of that, and he said that's how it's much further dates back. But oh no, that's all. I was just curious on when did those names actually come up, because I'm not even sure myself with when those
Well,
names actually come up.
supposedly, I think that isn't the Takamotonga name tied to some kind of scuffle with the Samoan workers that came in to do some work for the Tuitonga, and there was some
No,
shellackings
that was
that went
just.
on.
Well, I don't think it was Shellacking. Go my go me have board no for no for.
And
Yeah,
when they came in
Go
work.
nowhere. Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
no, and I guess and we can look at from what I remember. I hear the stories, and there was an issue, and that's why
Well,
it's
of
it.
course. I mean, whenever. I mean, I don't think it's like any kind of special issue. It was right. Anytime you have like a different group of people coming to settle on a thing, there's always going to be,
No, I agree, and that's what I'm just saying. Like there
Mm.
was Tataka Motonga. That's why it's Motonga is there was some kind of, let's say, confrontation, and
Mm.
and that's where I guess they were hosted, because like we talk about, the Tuitonga was bringing people
Yes.
right from Samoa
Yeah.
all the time to do labor, probably from Uvea and throughout the empire to come in, and that's where that name comes from. Um,
Yeah, because it
so
seems like the Samoans had the materials with the axe. We kind of talked about it before, to
yeah,
kind of rock rock cut and move things and stuff. So no, interesting. That's all. I was just had a curious question just
yeah.
regarding that.
Here's another interesting video. I think Mussy, I think you said you've seen this, but here's just another kind of preparatory video just to kind of look at the widespread nature of these ruins, not just in Tonga, but throughout Polynesia, and why we kind of have the claim that there was a Polynesian nation at some point, and there
Mm-hmm.
was a cohesiveness of religion, politics, leadership, all that
Language.
stuff,
Yeah.
language, familial ties. But here's another interesting video just covering various different structures throughout Polynesia that are attributed to the Tongans or the Tuitonga. Let's put it that way.
That's about you.
Mhm.
Mm.
Some of these are pretty massive.
Yeah, the Uvea one, it looks pretty massive. Tahiti. Hey, Rotuma. Kiri- Hey, there's the ones to the Cook Islands,
Yeah.
Eastern Polynesia.
Start with the Nukuleka one.
Mm. Mm.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Any thoughts, comments?
No, because I know we've been getting a lot of questions. Where's the Tuitonga influence in Eastern Polynesia? I think we saw Cook Islands, we saw Tahiti, so there's a lot of the some of the influence from the Tuitonga, and that's just another evidence of the vast influence and empire of the Tuitonga at its peak. But it's pretty cool.
Yeah. I mean, and that's I think it's almost indisputable that a Tuitonga influence throughout Polynesia exists, right? I mean, it's
Mm.
you have to be lying to yourself to be like
Yeah.
that
Well,
didn't exist.
even to say that Tuitonga was only Western Polynesia,
Yes.
it's pretty crazy
Why?
when you don't say.
Who said
No,
Tuitonga
there's
was
been a lot of
only?
comments. A lot of
Yeah.
comments that there was no the Tuitonga Empire influence never came to Eastern Polynesia, or even up to Hawaii. But I was like, there's no doubt that the Tuitonga had a vast influence. Even and I was surprised with the Kiribati, the Micronesia, and was it Kiribati and what's the other one? Is there another one? They show
There was
Micronesia or something.
Fiji. I don't know if there's another Micronesia one, but the Kiribati one was there. Yeah.
But that was interesting. So, hey, pretty remarkable, and it reminds me of that saying Danny used when he did his presentation. When you have the Tuitonga line that goes on and on, they call it the fu because of the fu tutu, and then nafu when you use that thing, and then the seedlings from the main tree. They're trying to say they have the truth. They have the truth because Tuitonga goes for so long, goes so long. Everyone thinks they have the truth, but the big tree is just laughing because
Yeah.
they don't know. But that's just a Tuitonga in itself, just saying how long, and then going all these islands that obviously everyone knew of the Tuitonga's reign. So no, it's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy what our ancestors did and how long the longevity that it lasted for.
Yep. 100%. Any thoughts, Lee?
No, I don't know. Interesting to hear that some people would like dispute that, but
Well, the people who dispute have this philosophy. There was the Tuipulotu or the Tuifiti that existed first, and that's where our kingly type of government and religion comes from. Then after that, the Tuimanua Empire started, and then the Tuimanua Empire after that was the Tuitonga Empire. And so the idea of Tonga coming up as an empire, it only stayed to the west because only the Tuimanua expanded throughout all Polynesia. That's the thinking there. A lot of it is kind of like every time we have these conversations with people like our brother Jay here, we have covered multiple studies, scientific studies, and because they always say, "Well, where's your evidence?" We go through scientific studies, we talk about oral history all over the place, and then whenever we ask someone like our brother Jay here, what's your evidence? Oh, my grandpa's uncle's sister's dog said that when it barked in the middle of the night, that's because, and there's actually some funny stories in the study that we'll talk about, that's the Tu'i Manua's evidence. And it's funny because we already went through a video, right, where they've dated the Tu'i Manua to only be 500 years old.
Yeah.
Right? Like that's, I mean, and then the guy even says, the oral history on Manua is the Tu'i Manua. So we're talking, let's say 1500s. The Tu'i Manua ruled all of Polynesia, including Tonga. And the guy goes, but we have to admit that even the Tongans say that didn't happen, right? And if we go back in time 500 years, all the scientific evidence says that was basically at the height of the Tu'i Tonga. That's when all the major ruins were being built, and that's where all the data says the Tu'i Tonga Empire was at its highest. And that's when they say that Tu'i Manua was ruling all of Polynesia. So it doesn't make sense. It's kind of like, I don't know if I want to laugh or feel sorry, but it's kind of interesting, right?
Yeah.
Actually, let's I told this social media person we would show their our conversation. Here's a prime example. I'm going to bring up this conversation.
And we've always invited people like Jay who believe the Tu'i Manua to kind of explain, but they haven't taken the opportunity to at least
Join us. We'd love to have you.
Something with substance to actually just give a hope that it was some form of empire, that it was a governing structure in Manua that was kind of ruling all of Polynesia. So yeah,
but I don't know, it's kind of, I don't know if even the word empire is a correct way to look at
I agree. That's just a term
it was it wasn't it wasn't like, remember, all these islands, there was no one there. Empire is like you go into a place and there's people there, and then you conquer those people and you subject them to your rule. So like saying that when the explorers went to Tahiti, there was no one there. And it wasn't Tahitian explorers that went there. It was people that went to Tahiti and then made Tahiti. So I think empire. I don't know. I don't know if I think using the word empire is a correct way to say it.
Yeah, I agree. That's
the inclusion of the Lao group. Yeah. That would be an accurate terminology for empire, right? Because when those guys showed up to all those islands, there were already people that lived there that had their own language, had their own culture and stuff and everything, and then they took them over. That's what an empire is. The origins of Pangaloa and the Tu'i Tonga and stuff and everything isn't a story about conquered peoples. It was the story of the same family, same bloodline of discovery and occupation and peopling of the islands.
Yeah, no, and we don't disagree with that, Lee, but that's the easiest way to explain it. But there is also potential that some of these islands were inhabited, and this is primarily driven by genetic ties, right? I mean, they're showing that unless we can prove that the Tangaloa line went as far back as 3000 BC, they're identifying civilization or people living there, and they say these quote unquote people come from Southeast Asia, right? That's their genetic tie to it. You know, I mean, we're relatively comfortable saying Tuitonga probably,
Mm.
you know, as far back as we can see right now, maybe 400, 500 BC. Tangaloa before that for who knows how long, right?
Yeah, but I mean, you can't. There's just there's too much stuff surrounding kava ceremonies, you know, or where people, yeah. I mean, you can say that, but I mean, you can say, I don't know how to explain it. If you trace kingly bloodlines, chiefly bloodlines, there's a source of where they come from.
No, I agree. I agree. I mean, there's so many different theories out there. The one thing I can say with relative confidence, whether there were people there or not, Tangaloa and Maui brought the knowledge and the technology and the political and social stability to create a network of islands and people that were connected through familial ties, through political and social and linguistical. There could have been people already on some of these islands, and that's a way to say, hey, if because they can find certain settlements there that are 3 to 5,000 years old. What's the Nukuleka one, Masi? Do you remember? 3,000 BC or
Mm.
4,000
Mm.
BC?
Not too sure of the date, but yeah.
Yeah. So I
No,
mean,
I don't think it's not 3,000 BC. It's about 3,000 years ago. So it's about, like, you can say, like, it's about 1,000 BC ish.
no, I want to
I don't.
say, yeah, maybe either way. But let's say with what we know about the Tuitonga, and we don't know how long Tangaloa was in power, right? With
Yeah.
Maui, we watched a video where a guy looked like Masi was mentioning earlier. He's saying you could make the case that the Ha'amonga is potentially tens of thousands of years old, and we don't know. I mean, you know what I mean? So
Mm.
if that's the case, then 100% it all is just familial, because we take the position that Tangaloa had Aho'eitu, he became the heir, right? And then there's also
Yeah.
seems to be oral history that there was a militaristic reign, especially with Kaulfo Nuafekai. That's where a lot of these structures that they're showing, a lot of them seem to be around the time of Kaulfo Nuafekai, where he, after his father's assassinated, he seems to say, hey, we're going to reinforce the Tuitonga's control with military enforcement.
Well,
Because
I think it's more reestablished, because I think by that time they had essentially been given independence. So maybe Kaulufo Nuafekai's situation is more compatible with the term empire, because he kind of
It does.
reestablishes control of those islands after they were essentially given independence.
Well, no, and that's the thing. A lot of those buildings were during that Kaulufo Nuafekai's times, the
time.
forts,
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
Pulemere and stuff. But no, no, it's interesting
Well,
because
and go ahead, Masi.
no, I was gonna say because Polynesians is different. Like, empire is probably the closest thing, because even the only reason you say empire, because a lot of the activities of paying tributes extending outside of just the Tongan archipelago area was in Tongatapu. So, obviously when it stretched up to Hawaii and maybe even up to the furthest islands in Polynesia, then it became more of like doing it within your island, but still paying tributes to
Well, and that's the thing.
higher, because that's how it is when you are in an empire. There's the top class. You're in a social hierarchy, anyways, and there's certain islands that, in order to elevate, a lot of them would send, because there's still stories, sending their daughters or their most high rank of the island to come and elevate that island status to have a child with a Tuitonga or with a Tangaloa, which is the Toga. And even Danny touched with it that there's a road somewhere in Maufanga during the time of the Tangaloa area called the Toga Tufa, with which was a common practice. So it was, yeah. I mean, unless there's some other word you would call, and then obviously what you said, Kaulfo Nuafekai, then it changed from high ranking of your your rank of certain families, then it changed to like enforcement military style with Kalufonufekai. So that's
Yeah.
yeah, that's where we kind of just say with the whole empire kind of thing, because it looks like the strategy changed. Instead of being the most knowledgeable and, well, let's just say most advanced society, then it kind of changed to, okay, we're still getting assassinated. We're gonna enforce our. We're gonna. It's not carrying over. Tagalawa got assassinated, and then Kalufonua creates a new dynasty while he goes on a military rampage. That's what it seems like. But
Well,
yeah,
and it was, I mean, and that kind of stems out of, it's not that they were given independence, they were given more autonomy,
mm,
because the Tuitonga said, hey, rather than you guys coming twice a year to Tongatapu, right?
yeah,
You have regional families, extended
yeah,
family that they pay tribute to. That's where where we kind of talked about Tapu Tapu Atea,
mm,
right? In the Cook Islands and in Tahiti, where they had these places where, oh, they say, hey, we came here to give our tribute and sacrifice, and said it's Taidu Tangaloa. That autonomy obviously led to more people being more ambitious,
mm,
right? And then leading to obviously the
assassination.
assassinations. And then once you have that looseness, seems like Kaulufonua said, okay, it's time to tighten the grip a little bit. And then it kind of led to that. But so I'm having this conversation, got this message, got tagged on this
Mm.
slide here. Like this is certain people, um
The migration. It seems
the
like a
migration, where
migration.
they say, yeah, because Samoa being the heart or the cradle of Polynesia, a lot of that is taken from interpretations of the term Samoa, Sa being like some kind of sacred, and Moa
Yeah,
being the center. And we're like, well, you guys are
they're trying to
Ha'amoa.
create. Yeah,
Yeah, they're trying
creating
to
their own
create
language.
something.
Create their
Yeah.
own language. That's not the right interpretation.
See, and here's the thing, it says here the Western, Eastern Polynesia all refer to Savaii, Manua, and also Vava'u as places of origin. Such traditions do not agree with the models of immigration and settlement proposed by archaeologists in linguistics. But this is kind of the Samoan position right here, that Polynesian culture originated from Ha'amoa, and primarily through the Tu'imanua. And that is the claim of the Tu'imanua Empire that has the spread and the creation of the Polynesian nation, so to speak.
Mm.
And then the Tu'itonga rises up and takes over that. But that's kind of like the overall position that they take. What I am going to do before we go to this is, I'm going to, because it only takes a quick minute, but let me see here. I believe it's 35.
Yeah, see that migration of people. See, and that's the thing. I don't disagree with that thing. I'm sure a lot of the people within that's the Samoan archipelago could be people who just moved to different islands and stuff. I don't disagree with that, but to say it just doesn't make sense when land wise and ruins and just the oral history. If you just tied those three, they're not they're not the older to be the origin of Polynesia. That's all I'm kind of
Yeah.
saying. But I don't disagree with moving people. That Samoa has a lot of the people that's moving from Upolu and Savaii to other parts of Polynesia. I mean, I'm pretty sure of that because even
Well,
all of Hihifo, most of Hihifo were settled by Samoans with the Tui Kanupolu. So that's why I'm not shocked if they're moving a lot of people in the Samoan archipelago to other parts of Polynesia.
100%. And let me see if I can come back here real quick just to show the conversation I was having with this person on social media. Go ahead, Masi.
No, I am interested. Whoever came up with that idea, saying that Sa was sacred and then Moa was center, because that is crazy. Because even they usually use the Sa for like family names. They go like Sa Tangaloa, meaning more
Mhm.
like the correct translation for Tongan when they say ha, it's more of a clan, a family
Yeah.
clan. So I don't know. Yeah, that's interesting to
Yeah, and
translate.
especially when we looked at the Manua flag, what do they have?
They have a
Moa,
moa.
right?
Yeah,
Which would fit
they
what
have a
we would
moa.
say Hamoa. That
Yes.
with that, and this is kind of like Mussy going along with what you're saying. You know, the response I gave is I'm not against the flow, but they are
Yeah.
missing one major directional flow of migration, and I guess you see it too, and that is it went from here, from Tonga
Yeah.
into Samoa, and the Tu'i Tonga spent many years, and it would make sense if you're going east or up north,
Yes.
you would stop in Samoa or
Yes.
Hamoa on your journey. So
Yes.
you know that was a lot of the conversations there, and I told him, and I'll pull up the video here real quick. It's archaeologically proven that the Tu'i is only 500 years old. So Jay, we'll bring this up for you again. We've shown this video multiple times before we get into the article, and then I asked them same thing, invited them to join on the podcast. I said we were gonna walk through if he was okay with me showing his comments, so we're not trying to
Yeah.
take advantage of him or her in any way. They said absolutely, and I invited them. Hey, we're gonna do the live at around 9 p.m. Would love for you to come and walk through this presentation to present the position. So yeah, that's
Yeah.
that.
They're missing that part, the flow from Tonga, because that's the
I
origin
I
of
I, I this is just some of my personal thoughts on this, but I don't know because I think we can find similar situations in the Bible. But I think in that transition after the time of Tangaloa, I don't know if there was, and this is completely just my own.
opinion.
Yeah, well, I mean, these are just thoughts, right? These are just
Okay.
thoughts
Okay.
that remember. Oh, Eitu was what was the youngest or one of the younger brothers,
Yeah.
The youngest brother. Yeah.
right? And so, if you have a situation where the heir to power and authority is assigned to a younger brother, what happens? What generally happens with the older brothers?
They get
Do they
jealous.
have?
They lose.
Yeah.
They
Do
lose
they
their entitlement.
happily? Do they happily say, "Oh yeah, you take my younger brother over here. We'll all bow down to him." What story sounds super familiar to that?
Multiple biblical stories line
Yeah,
up with that.
multiple big, right? The Joseph, the code of
Israel,
Machpelah,
Jacob,
yeah,
Joseph,
right. So you have
even Cain and Abel. There's
yeah,
endless
yeah,
stories.
yeah. There's right. So what happened with Jacob and Esau? Right, Jacob ran from his older brother because he thought Esau was going to kill him. Same thing with Joseph, right? They were going to kill him, and then the older brother convinced them not to kill him. We'll just sell him into slavery, and then you have all of that stuff. So the I wouldn't be surprised if the first major rivalry between Tonga and Samoa emerges when one of the older brothers decides not to align himself with the assignment of political power to his younger brother. And that's where maybe some of these major divisions actually come into play.
Yeah, possibly, but the only challenge with that is Tangaloa, from our perspective, is not from Samoa. He's from Tongatapu.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure if you asked him, he's not going to say, "Well, I'm from Tongatapu," or "I'm from." He's like, "These are all my places. This is my home. All these islands are my home. They all belong to me." He's not going to say that's like saying, "I'm from the living room and not the kitchen." It's like this is his house. He owns all of it.
No, understood, but there's still a main location. There's still a capital. There's still a center.
And the center, the center is, I mean, the age of the settlements and everything point to that the settlements were in Tonga, and I mean, this is just you have to go along with the history of who was assigned political power, and then. I mean, we can point to the areas that are the oldest known settlements in Polynesia. I mean, that isn't. I mean, currently that can't be disputed, right? I mean, the
until they
archaeological
find
evidence. I mean, you find it. You find it with language, okay. You find it with the archaeology. You find it with the carbon dating, the testing, all of that stuff that goes with archaeology, and then you find it with the oral histories as well.
Yeah. The only challenge is if there were people pre-existing on the island. That's why I'm saying, like, to me, there is a slight chance that there were already people on these islands. Let's say in theory that the genetic material, even though one could make the argument the Polynesians were migrating and, intermingling with all these people, but there is a slight chance there were already pre-existing people on those islands. The idea of the Polynesian nation or the civilization of Polynesia, quote unquote, has a start somewhere. And that's where we say, did it start with the first people on the island? Possibly. Could there have already been people on the island, but they did not have the technology, the understanding to establish a network of islands?
Yeah,
that's another possibility as well.
I mean, there is some evidence for something like that, like in the Hawaiian Islands where you have the menehune, and I think there's like the word menehune in Tahitian that's kind of means slave, and these were kind of like small people that kind of lived up in the mountains, and stuff and everything. The night marchers
used to have those names too.
Cool.
Before it went to Liutoa, its original name was Ha'ameneuri.
And Queen Salote out of courtesy.
And Queen Salote was way ahead in being politically correct and changed the name. She was ahead of her time, being nice. Especially in that era when it's okay to be mean.
So real quick, somebody. I do want to get this video. This will be kind of like the background before we get into the article for our brother Jay here, and so he can get a clear understanding. This is archaeological research that was done at the Tu'imanua residence where the first Tu'imanua lived, not only by this brother here from Florida, who's the lead investigator for this archaeological effort, but they were multiple Samoan academics from Samoa National University. This guy's an accredited archaeologist. So this is not too, pita and polo with a shovel, digging around the Tu'imanua location. But Jay, listen up. This is going to be very educational for you. And we'll use this as the backdrop in getting to the PDF article that we're going to take a look at.
Hello, I'm Joe Plank, and I want to introduce my the co-authors of this paper. Number one, Sieuli Temese. She's the former head of the Samoan Languages Department at the National University of Samoa, Center for Samoan Studies. I also want to, the second or the third author is Epifania, or Epi Tuai. She was the senior lecturer of archaeology and cultural heritage at the National University. She's now the director of archaeology for both the American Samoa Port Authority and also the American Samoa and Federal Aviation Administration in American Samoa and Pago Pago. Also, the fourth co-author is Mohammed Harun Sahib. He's a lecturer in archaeology and cultural heritage at the National University of Samoa, Center for Samoan Studies. The focus of our...
See, this is the kind of stuff that is just absolutely hilarious. So this gentleman is expressing two Samoan ladies who are academics at the Samoa National University. This third gentleman who doesn't look Samoan, maybe he is, maybe looks like more like an Indian Fijian, but he's also academic at the Samoa National University. These women are also tied to the historical National Historical Society in Samoa. And this is what Jay says. Masi, maybe you can Give Jay the context as to why the Palangi guy was voted to do the presentation.
The reason why the Palangis put, because they found the evidence that it was only 500 years old, and they found out that there was no such thing, that the Tui Manua cannot be an empire because it didn't go outside the Manua Islands. So then, of course, if it was a big study and some breaking news, I'm pretty sure one of our Samoan ladies would have the honor to be the front facing this, but because not, they have this guy to do it and just explain their results. So they're all working together. They're all working together, Jay. We're just trying to find out our Polynesian history and the truth, you know.
Yahweh. All right. So don't worry, Jay. We're gonna get the answer from the Palangi guy, who was sent as the messenger, because people know, hey, we are not gonna beat up the Palangi guy. He's just telling us what they found at this site.
Paper is the ritual and prestige in the support of the dynasty of the Tui Manua. And what's incredible about this dynasty is it covered 3 small islands, but this dynasty began sometime in the 14th, 15th century AD and continued to the early 20th century, a period of over 400 years.
Okay, Jay. I know it can be difficult to hear, so pay attention. Okay. Number 1, he said this great dynasty over 3 islands. 3 islands, okay? Then the next part, he says the earliest 1300. Okay, earliest. And it lasted 400 years.
No, and we had some of our viewers also come up that it could have been a possibility too, that one of the Tui Tongas did marry somebody from the Manua Islands, and they had the Tui Tonga title along with the Tui Manua title that coincide with it. But obviously, when you have the Tui Tonga title, one title, just like with the current monarchy, when somebody has the Tungi title or somebody else, then they become the Tupo. They kind of relinquish that title and kind of take off the other superior title. So it could have been something like that, and maybe that's where Manua gets its prestige, that whoever became the Tui Tonga maybe had the Tui Manua title before. So hey, just one of our viewers, that it makes sense. See, those are the questions that we like, because it makes sense, because it match up with the timeline. So but yeah.
You have a comment, Lee?
No, I'm just saying, a lot of this stuff, it's very similar to, the French and English royal families, because they were always fighting each other because they intermarried so much that the French kings could lay claim to
The
land
French
in
crown.
England, and they had legitimate claim. It's just like King Richard III. You know, the one from Robin Hood?
Mm-hmm.
He was mostly French. He spoke French. That was his first language, was French.
Richard the Lionheart.
Richard the Lionheart. His first language was French, and that he had just as much claim to the French throne as he did to the English throne. So you have these guys, because we know historically that for a long time the Tui Tonga lived longer in Samoa for multiple generations, marrying multiple Samoan women, right? Like if you asked him, "Oh, which one's your country?" He goes, "Oh," he's going to say, "This is all my country. This is all my people."
No, 100% agreed. 100% agreed. The only challenge is the Tui Tonga has had consistent father to son for thousands of years. And I agree 100%. All the same people, all one nation, all the same ruling families. But when you say that the Tui Manua is the origin of Polynesia, and that is where the Polynesian
but that's just
civilization started.
The guy just pointed that out. That
Yeah.
And the thing is like the archaeological evidence just comes up to support a lot of the oral history that we already know to be the case.
No, 100% correct. I mean, and this is the studies we've gone through for Tonga Tapu and the Tui Tonga. Every study, and that's one of the things we'll cover, you know, a lot of the, you know, quote unquote, when we ask the Tui Manua position, what's the evidence for the Tui Manua? They say, oh, they haven't done studies in Manua. There's, you know, it's so sacred, they won't allow anyone. Well, in the article we're going to look, there's been several studies done in Manua. This gentleman here in his paper, he talks about and he highlights all the different areas in Manua that studies have been done, and they reference it. So not only is this position that he just expressed here based off of the carbon dating that they did, but it's also with the previous surveys that were done, confirms that. Now, when you go to Tonga Tapu and you go to the Tui Tonga, we have looked at multiple studies that say the Tui Tonga timeline is older. Like they're saying for the Paepae Telea, which oral history says was built by Telea, they say that the data that they're finding makes the Paepae Telea 200 years older and predates Telea. So that's one way to look at it. Or the other way to look at it is Telea is 200 years older
And we're missing
than what they're thinking. And there are people missing in the Tui Tonga lines. And so, yeah, that's what we're trying to kind of get an understanding here, is because the problem is this. Fiji says Polynesian structure and civilization started in Fiji. Samoans say that. You have people in Tahiti saying it starts in Tahiti.
Yeah, but I mean, the Fiji one doesn't make any sense because Fijians were always considered outsiders. You know, if nobody considers their father an outsider. If Fiji was the father of Polynesia, then, you know, I mean, clearly, in the archaeological evidence again kind of supports that as well. We understand that they mixed a lot, right? They mixed a lot, but Fijians were considered outside, you know, kind of, they were just considered outside.
I was gonna share some of the oral history I heard about the word motu and how it came to be, and why I'm leaning towards that Polynesians, whoever from the Americas, from Waihi came, instead of the Polynesians first, because apparently the word motu was a word created over time from Moloki and tutu, because when you were the first to the island, you're having a bunch of weeds and stuff
clamming it down to burn.
Clamming it down. So you're Moloki and you're burning stuff like when you have creating paddocks for your agriculture stuff. So if you want to make something livable, the first people that came would Moloki and tutu to make it livable. And over time, when you say Moloki motutu, over time you just created the word motu, and with like that island, meaning that you kind of Moloki and tutu to create. So that's the oral history that I've heard.
Well, I don't.
I've heard about motu.
That's an interesting one, because, but what, you know, like the graffiti that that Polynesians would make on the stones of the places they would go.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things they would do with taiki for Iwai. You know, if you look at the Hawaiian glyphs, even the glyphs of in Ha'apai, the ones that look very similar to the glyphs in the Hawaiian Islands, but a foot is a very common one, and I think it's, you know, before hey, you know, gosh Moloki ha'afem. So I think there's a lot. I think there might be a lot of truth to what you say, Masi. And the foot as a graffiti mark on stone in different Polynesian islands is someone saying
Yeah, no, so that's what I'm saying. And then Fiji, to my understanding, was the only place they didn't Moloki and tutu because there were already people there. But from Uvea, Tuna, like all the other Polynesians up to Hawaii were all Moloki Motutu. So that's my understanding, and that's the oral history. I don't, there's no scientific or anything. That's just pure
But that's
history that I've heard.
and that's why I say maybe empire isn't the best word to use, because like, when they got there, or Smahino, it's pretty much one people. You go out, you venture out, you discover a new island, you come and report and say, hey, and then they would say, okay, you take your people, stuff and everything, and then you receive certain rights as the discoverer and the settler of an island. But that's why in a lot of the Kava ceremonies, for a lot of these places, right? That's why you hear the whakatapu kere eiki, because why? Because kere belongs to the tui. So even though, and this is also very true in the Hawaiian Islands, the land always belonged to the highest ranking person there, and then they had the right, every time a chief would ascend, they would redistribute who could live there. But in those kava ceremonies, the reason why they would pour out a little bit of kava was, in our understanding, because belonged to the Tui Tonga.
Yeah. And the kava is really
representation.
That is the covenantal promise to the king and the land, right? It's that measure of devotion and so forth. So yeah, I mean, and that's once again the consistency of the kava usage across Polynesia promotes a single uniting civilization. You go to Melanesia, they have different names for kava. I'm not sure about Micronesia, but it doesn't seem like Micronesia overall has unifying usage and structure around the kava ceremony. So there's a uniqueness to the Polynesian structure. Just want to walk through some of these highlighted things just real quick. This is the gentleman who's the principal investigator, right? Is a territorial archaeologist for American Samoa. So this ain't no Tom, Dick, and Harry sitting around nowhere. He recognizes the Samoan organizations and academics that were supporting him in this effort. And then right here, just on the abstract, an archaeological survey for prehistoric and historic properties covering approximately 60 acres was conducted above the current village of Ofu on the western coast of Ofu, Manua Archipelago, for the American Samoa Historic Preservation Office. So once again, this was done specifically for the Samoan government and organizations in American Samoa. So this is, and like I said, look, this is a massive study. This is just kind of showing where the study was held from June through July of 2018. So this is relatively new.
Yeah.
An archaeological survey led by the principal investigator was initiated across the 60 acres. The principal archaeologist and field workers surveyed the site and reviewed archaeological data with their years of experience at academic or professional archaeology and related disciplines. So it goes through the credentials of not only the lead investigator, but also the Samoan academics and support as well. This is the thing that I find interesting. I guess, Masi, the term for ghost is aitu.
Yeah.
That's what they're saying here. They're saying that land names relate to epic struggle between the ancient chief Mao and a fearsome ghost, or aitu. How come that sounds? I mean, I just highlighted that because I was like, that sounds like aitu.
Well,
that
it's also the term for like devil, I've heard.
Yeah.
But then also remember, like a lot of it may not have originally been devil, but then once Christianity came, a lot of the terminology for spirits and stuff and everything, came to become devil, but it used to just mean spirit.
Yeah, I mean, and just here real quick, 207 historic features and structures. So this is pretty significant. I was skimming through this just to kind of highlight, because this is a very extensive
Yeah.
Here's where I highlighted here, because a lot of the feedback, I was like, guys, you guys keep bringing up the Tui Manua. Like, why is there no archaeological evidence? These are some of the archaeological work that's been done in Manua in different areas that's highlighted here by other academics. So the position of, oh, we don't have any archaeological evidence for the Tui Manua because they haven't done it because the land's so sacred that they won't allow anyone, that doesn't hold
that's
water
true.
either. This is
We've been hearing
multiple
that a lot.
areas that have been studied. And this one is at the most prominent location for the Tui Manua. So they were talking, here's some interesting things, not necessarily tied, but I thought it was interesting that there were certain tapu or prohibitions. They couldn't work between 12 and 1 p.m. and they had to stop all work by like 6 or 4 p.m. because of the ghosts and the spirits that would get upset. Here's an interesting one. Despite that Western archaeologists were told not to stay overnight in the areas above the village, archaeologists led by Jimmy traveled and slept at Aofa. At night, outside the fires of their camp, a large black figure appeared. Without a face or body, archaeologists believe the spirit was the Aitu. After the encounter with the Aitu, the archaeologists discontinued the survey and returned to Tutuila. So, I mean, it's pretty legit, man. Like, it's all superstition until it happens to you. Right? So I thought that was kind of interesting. Even the archaeologists, assuming this story is true, right?
Yeah.
Once again. But I thought that was pretty funny. I just highlighted that because it was
That is
hilarious.
funny. Yeah, that is
When
funny.
we say don't bother the Tevolo, don't bother the Tevolo. Once again, a map of Tao showing major sites prior to surveys and excavations. Once again,
Yeah.
many locations here, right?
Yeah,
That have had some
excavated,
work
yeah.
done on it.
Mm.
So right here, the first published archaeological field study was by Jack Golson, 1969. Later archaeological research included several large projects in both Western and American Samoa. The Samoan archipelago has been of great interest to Pacific researchers, especially after the retrieval of ancient ceramics, and later by Green and Davidson. It was not until Green's work that a more complete sequence of Samoan ceramics began to emerge. Green proposed a ceramic sequence for Upolu that was quickly embraced by oceanic archaeologists and now stands as the conventional cultural reconstruction for the entire archipelago. So once again, there's been extensive archaeological work done in Samoa, in Samoa. So once again, this idea that there hasn't been any archaeological work done is not holding water.
But I mean, is it possible that both positions are correct?
As in,
well, if you go back to, well, I mean, it's hard to contradict. It's hard to contradict the archaeological evidence that we have so far. But is it possible that Aho'etu's older brothers were actually lived and resided in Samoa?
possible. I mean, but it depends on how you interpret that. A lot, you could say the same thing about a lot of the Tuitongas. And some of them did live.
No, and that's so if they are correct, that right, because who were Aho'etu's older brothers? We don't know exactly, do we?
No, but
we do know those that were made into the Farefa.
Yeah,
for him.
That wasn't all of them, right? Because there was a bunch.
No, yeah, I guarantee you there were a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I guess yes, but I guess the primary question is two things. Does the Tuitonga predate the Tui Manua? And did Tangaloa live in Manua, or did he live on Tonga Tapu?
Yeah.
That's the core questions. Everything else besides those, to me, are Really don't care, right?
No, because you
Tu'i
have,
lived multiple generations in Ha'amoa. I don't care. That's fine.
Yeah, because it was you had Uaki Mata, and Lomu, right?
Yeah.
Right, because so the Nofoipea Lomu Eiki, because he was the older brother, but Uaki Mata was the first, right? And the first face that I see.
Yeah,
that's who the title's going to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
No,
so
100%. 100%.
Right? So who has, if you want to, let's say if we were to take that situation between Uaki Mata and Lomu Eiki, okay, and if you had a dispute over, who has greater legitimacy to claim not the political power which passed to the younger brother, but who has a greater ability to claim the history of, or the heritage of the family between those two?
Well, they both have the same claim. But the reality is this. Why is it there wasn't a civil war?
Man, because this is, and well, there was a civil war when you come to like Kaulufo North Africa. There were wars and stuff.
No. I'm talking that's civil war over, who's leading. I'm talking about a civil war between Uraki Telea and Lomu Eiki.
Yeah.
Well, okay, because I've heard this amongst title holders of nobility, that the older brother has said, because I love my little brother, if he wants the title, I'll let him have it. And it was more important between the brothers to maintain their relationship, and that the love that they had as brothers superseded their desire for power.
Yeah.
We've seen and known examples of that, probably throughout our lives and stuff and everything. So I would probably say that the brothers probably said, I love him. He's my brother. I love the people. I don't want them to die. So, because if you're fighting each other, you're not fighting strangers. You're fighting people that you grew up with, people that you know.
No, understood. But look at Europe. Europe were doing that. They were killing each other's brothers.
Massive. Europe is massive. Like we are, this is an island. You can throw a rock and hit the other side of the island.
No, understood. But there are and it'll be mentioned here. There were wars nonstop in Ha'amoa amongst themselves. So what I'm not disagreeing with you. What I'm getting to is this: the stability and the understanding of how the civilization works and functions is what provided that. It's much more than, in my opinion, it's not by accident that they weren't more civil wars between brothers, because you can have multiple claims. We've even discussed that a potential option is, we've considered maybe the Tu'i Manua was an older brother from another situation, and that's why the Tu'i Tonga said, we're not gonna go mess with the Tu'i Manua because he's a close relative. That's a real possibility as well. But what I'm going to say is,
it's more likely than not, because nobody became a Tu'i anything unless they were closely related, right? I mean, right? It's like, you go back to World War I. World War I was a war between a bunch of first cousins. These are all the grandchildren of Queen Victoria, right? The Tu'i Manua isn't the Tu'i Manua unless he is closely related to the Tu'i Tonga.
Yeah, 100%. This idea, that's what I'm saying. There are certain ideas about the Tu'i Manua that makes absolutely zero sense. They say the Tu'i Tonga had no power and couldn't conquer the Tu'i Manua. And I'm like, are you serious? And we'll see here, the Tu'i Manua was multiple times attempted of raids from Western Samoa, the Western Samoan Islands, right? This is why this gentleman here at the beginning of his video says, The Tui Manua dynasty were over 3 islands, the 3 Manua Islands. That's the majority of the time and energy of the Tui Manua was on just those 3 islands.
Yeah, but they don't see the power of the Manua was from his bloodline, not the land that he ruled, and that's why he's probably related to Oku Eikenetoto.
Understood. But see, this is what happens is you take certain oral histories from Ha'amoa that says it's because the Tui Tonga came from the Tui Manua.
Yeah.
That the Tui Manua is older and greater than the Tui Tonga. Then all of a sudden, I agree with you, but that's the interpretation that Ha'amoa is. And what makes it even worse, academia is grabbing onto this and endorsing it 1,000%. Academia is now saying
that's not. Wait, what's academia? I mean, we're looking at a paper right now that just verifies that it isn't very old.
No, that's the thing. But if you notice here, look right here. The initial theme of the transition of spirits to human form, the subsequent theme of the importance of Manua as a fulcrum of religious and political power for the Samoan archipelago and all of Polynesia. They still reference, even in the video that we saw, they still say that, hey, the Tui Manua had such great mana that he told the Tui Tonga what he could and couldn't do. Even in this video. And it's going off of that. And then you go to Augustino Mahina, you go to Tevita Kairi, you go to all these academics that have PhDs that are speaking in all the Pacific Forum, whatever, academia, they are pushing this. You go to TEDx talks, they are pushing this. So in a sense, academia, it's just like climate change. A lot of the real data says it's not really for real, or it's at best clear.
But
the majority of the academic and the scientific world says it is. See, like right here, first Manua is important in Polynesian legends as being the first islands of creation. The creation story indicates that Manua was the son of the deity Tangaloa, and that Manua means abraded. When the child was born, the deity asks, whatever that is, Masi in Samoan, you want to say that? Or why is this child so greatly wounded? Thus, the child was known as Manu Atele, or great wound. Also, the children of the deity Tangaloa were the sun, moon, the moon, sun, Samoa, and Manua. So, once again, they just say it's only 400 years old, but then now they're saying
they
this.
Go back. They go back.
And this is the thing that Masi and I have noticed. When they just stay on the scientific data, very useful. When they mix the scientific data with this, it makes 0 sense. It's like a bunch of jumbled nonsense when they try to do that.
No, and and that's when they just gather certain oral history that state that, and they just take it when they know what they're finding doesn't date that far. So it doesn't make sense. But they put it all. They put it on.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying is that as potentially, like, let's say a situation as going back to what Mata's situation is that, right? He, as the older brother, right? He's laying claim to this history.
The what? So yeah, I mean, let's go through some of this. With the development of the dynasty of the Tui Manua, aka Tui Manua, whatever those are, the premier chiefly title that existed in Manua, and see, this is the funny thing, and at times throughout all Samoa. The Tui Manua couldn't even have consistent rule over all the Ha'amoa Islands, right? And so how are you going to say you can't have consistent rule over multiple generations over the Samoan Islands, but you had the whole Polynesian nation, right? These are the things that just don't seem to make sense. The title roughly translates as King of Manua, except that king brings a European viewpoint to the Polynesian context. A more apt translation of Tui is premier chief. I would say Tui is more king than it is premier chief, because there is a big difference between a chief or a noble than having
Yeah.
the Tu'i title.
Yeah.
Um,
No, but this is where the Tui Manua being the older brother of a Tui Tonga makes sense, because Neongo Eiki ni Toto, he goes and stays in a small group of islands away from other people, so that he doesn't put himself on a collision course with the actual political title holder.
yeah.
Yes,
Does that
that's what we kind of
does that make sense?
No, we
Yeah.
100% agree. I mean, there's multiple ways to explain why the Tu'i Tonga respected or tried to stay out of the way, and the Tu'i Manua stayed out of the way of the Tu'i Tonga.
He was revered because Oku Eiki ni Toto, but he told him, you are not going to stay on Sava'i. You are not going to stay on Upolu, because if you do, you have the potential of wielding enough power to become a problem for me.
Well, and this is the thing, and I don't even think it's that hostile. It is just a general understanding, because, like we said, like the two brothers for Urakimata and Lomu'eki, if Lomu'eki really wanted to cause trouble, he could cause trouble. He could
Create
go
chaos.
back to Ha'amoa. Yeah, it's the same thing with
Yeah.
Laufiri Tonga and Tupou the First. If
Yeah.
Laufiri Tonga really wanted to throw Tupou the First under the bus, he could have.
Just cause trouble. Yeah.
Just cause trouble. He doesn't even have to win. He just
And the
says,
Palangi
I'm not
win,
going to
yeah.
allow Tupou the First to be king, right?
Yeah,
I am going
no,
to
but
cause chaos, and then England takes over, and I'd rather have
yeah,
England.
that's why.
That's what Fiji did, right? That's what Takombau did.
I mean, yeah, but you had that. Yeah, see, and this is why Tonga was unique, is because the Hawaiians couldn't stop fighting each other, and even in Samoa with shoot, who were those guys? Masi,
Tunan
that's
Fata
how-
and Savea.
No. I'm talking about that led to Samoa being split between the Germans.
Oh
and
yeah,
the
the
English.
Maria Toa and the Mata Afa, who has the Mata Afa, and also the,
Yeah, he got exiled to
Pua.
the Kiribati Islands. Yeah, where did he get
Kiribati.
exiled?
Oh no, Lawaki. There's a guy, Lawaki guy.
Who got exiled? Who got exiled from
That was-
Samoa?
Yeah, he got sent to Siam.
Yes,
Was
that
that
was
the
during
Samoa guys?
Yes, that's the Lawaki guy that has close connections to Tonga. But yeah, he was the one that's kind of was fighting against the people who were supporting the Germans. That was for Samoa independence, and they exiled him.
Yeah, I mean that was kind of because they're, they couldn't let go of their petty squabbles, and that was the difference between Tupou the First and Laufiri Tonga, is that they understood they had a greater responsibility, and they had a much deeper experience with leadership.
Yeah. No, and that's what I was referring earlier when I was asking the question, that the fact that Urakimata and Lomu'eki didn't result into a civil unrest, it is exactly that. It is thousands of years of history, of culture, of understanding of how and why leadership is the way it is. Is the reason, is the whole reason that happened. That doesn't happen by chance, because the normal is go to chaos. The normal is to go to chaos. It is not the norm to maintain stability. The norm is, you know what? May the best warrior win.
Well, and that's contributed to the many years of stability under the
correct.
Because you don't just get that out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Because if you have other, our really close relatives, pretty much I still mention the Tui Tonga Empire still decaying and crumbling, and your other islands are having civil wars, and then the Palangis would just come and just establish a government, just take over. But Tonga is just unique because when you get smaller and smaller, and you're like, okay, it's only us, but this is where the cultural was probably the strongest. So obviously it was still maintained because we didn't fight amongst ourselves to the point that we lost our sovereignty.
Not 100%. So here, we'll kind of go here. I've never heard this part. And this is the thing, the problem with only having oral history. There are so many oral history versions and types. Like right here, this person, this academic records that the Samoan deity Tangaloa gave the title of Tu'imanua to a boy from the village of Fitiuta named Ngaleai, who became the first king of a dynasty. Have you heard that before, Masi?
I've heard the Ngaleai being a well-known name, but I've never heard. Like I said, even the word king in Samoan is a very modern term. Like I said, they say tupu now, but that's such a modern Samoan term for
version of it.
Yes, it's like doesn't match up.
Yeah, and see here, this is the thing. The oral. This is why it's kind of funny to hear the Hamoas say, oral history confirms this, dude. The oral history is so contradicting so many times. Like listen to here. The Tongans built a raised wall after a large fleet of their canoes had visited the Tu'imanua at Fitiuta, who had so much mana that he had to have a special road. So that's one version, right? The Tu'imanua had so much power, he told the Tongans to build him a road. Then it says right here, I swear, if this screen goes off on me one more time, I'm just going to get me a new monitor here. However, other cultural histories note that the road was built by Samoans and Tongans after the Tongans defeated Fitiuta as a sign of Fitiuta's subjugation, but that this road was probably built by Tongans and Samoans under Tongan supervision as a gift from the Tu'itonga to the Tu'imanua. The road increased the effect of the king's power both materially and psychologically. See, once again, even the oral history within themselves are contradicting.
No, and this is where I think we do ourselves a disservice in trying to view this stuff when we should probably understand the relationships that these people had at a greater level. Because they were closely related. We know that.
Sibling. That's what we and that's kind of the theory we've kind of shared, is it could have been a older sibling that did not receive the highest title of the land during that time, but because he was the older sibling, sent somewhere else, just like what they do with the Tupo. Tupo the first, Aremotua had a son. What did he do? He knew the Hihifo chiefs because he was more of like the very influenced by the Upolu, with the Upolu people and Savai'i people living in Hihifo. Their election of Tui Polu was very different to the Tui Polu, Tui Hadagalawa, and the Tui Tonga. It wasn't father to son; it was an election. So obviously, the influence was to Taufahau to be the next. Aremotua kind of knew of this, and then what does the Tui Lau happen to Ma'afu? He goes and leaves. His younger brother goes to Samoa, and they kind of just stay there and do their own thing, right? Until everything gets settled. So that's what I'm saying. It's probably close to what happened here.
And there's a reason why. And Ma'afu leaving Tonga is so that so that they can maintain peace and tranquility.
Correct.
Because Ma'afu had a legitimate claim too.
Yeah,
but he's like, I'm not gonna stay here and be a problem. Sayangeke Walu. So he took his guys to Fiji, and he says, I'm gonna make my space,
build his world out.
Make my space in Fiji. And to look at what happened between these guys, I'm willing to bet that it's exactly very similar, and that the show. There was a show of respect to the Tu'imanua for, because mahino koe whāmiri.
Yeah.
No, that's the thing. We're not disputing that. The question is, the sibling is not the great grandfather. The sibling is the sibling, and not the origin of the title. Here's some of the things that just doesn't make sense either, even within the article. Right, he just says that the Tu'imanua, 1200 AD, but then there's mixture of this type of oral history. Sunia and Uta provide a hypothesis where Manua once ruled all the Samoan archipelago, but only briefly. Once again, only briefly during the rule of the Tu'imanua Fiti Aumua, around 300 AD. The current village of Fitiuta was called Angae, where a cruel chief, Tule Mataafa, put a tapu, a curse, on a large territory. Now, here's the funny thing. We just said earlier in his study that the data shows it in the 1200 ADs. Then we're saying there was a Tu'i Manua at 300 AD.
Yeah.
Because he's referencing oral history.
Yeah.
The oral history is the only thing that's pushing this thing back. All the archaeological evidence says no, but based off of oral history, they're sprinkling in stuff like this.
Oh, that's the thing. He's only taking a certain oral history.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Exactly.
well, I mean, which is right. If the Tu'i Manua, 300. Wait, did he give the date of 300 AD?
AD.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's thousands of years before 1200.
Yeah, that's older than
Hundreds
Devita
of years.
Fale's first Tu'i Tonga.
No, that's
map.
1,000
450?
years. That's 1,000 years if 1300.
Yeah.
Mm.
And then here's another thing. Further oral histories in Manua claim that the Tu'i Manua at one time ruled Tonga, Fiji, and Rarotonga, but these stories are not supported by the latter locales, right? Recorded tala or legends where the lineage of the Tu'i Manua was descended from the deity Tangaloa, and that the Tu'i Manua was the head of the chiefdoms throughout Samoa. But then, see, this is all the contradictory stuff. They just said only one Tu'i Manua for a short period of time ruled all the Ha'amoa Islands, and then here it says the Tu'i Manua was head and the chiefdoms of throughout all of Samoa. This is and this is all like the what they're doing here is they're providing all the oral history. They haven't even gotten into their actual findings that they actually find there, right? So they're just going over all the oral history here of, Tangaloa always respect the Tu'i Manua, all of that history. See, like right here, Samoan oral history notes that the exception of Manua and Aunuu Tongan warriors invaded and ruled the Samoan Islands, including Tutuila, between 1200 and 1400 AD. Around the same time that they said that the Tu'i Manua starts.
Yeah.
Which does come back to Kaulufonua, right? Fekai going on his militaristic campaign, and then 5 generations living in Samoa.
I mean, they mentioned this stuff of, but there's nothing in Tonga that shows anything that, there's no nobility that ever had a tofia in Tonga, or I mean, it's just an interesting speculation on this stuff. Like, do they say like where they live? You know what I mean? Like, we can point to where the Tu'i Tonga had residences in Samoa, right?
Yeah.
And everybody understands and accepts that. We have the history of the wars that were fought. Right? Everybody understands. There is no story of any Samoan noble ever having a residence in Tonga or having fought a war in Tonga. Nothing.
Yeah. No, 100%.
So
I
don't understand. We have history and records of Tongan chiefs, nobility, wars fought not only in Tonga, in many places throughout the Pacific. There has never been a single history record story of a army from any other place ever showing up in Tonga.
No, but that's the crux of their position, Lee. They're saying it's so much before the Tu'i Tonga that's why it predates the Tu'i Tonga, and that's their escape route.
I guess so.
That's why when we ask, what's the archaeology? Oh, it's oral history from my grandfather's sister's brother's pet fish that told me this.
Yeah, it's like, what's the name of this place. You know what I mean? Like, oh, it
Yeah.
was named when the Tui Manua came with his army to Tonga. It's like,
Yeah.
there's no record history, right? But there's
Well,
a
and
ton
that's the
of-
thing. Even on Tonga Tapu, we have certain things that are named to the Samoans, but it's not Tatui Manua, it's Lakfue, right? Where the Samoan laborers put all their fues
Yeah.
at, right? So if we have names tied to locations for such mundane things as that,
Yeah,
there is
but
no way
they
in
were
heck that
brought-
we would miss out on a Tui Manua.
Yeah, they were
influence
brought
on
as
Tonga
laborers,
Tapu.
though.
Yeah.
Brought as laborers,
So, I mean, and here's another thing here. It talks about, also note the growing influence of the titles in Upolu and Savaii, as these titles holders controlled more land, larger populations, and presumably more economic productivity compared to Manua, as the Malietoa and Tupua families eventually attained leadership over Western Samoa, as noted traditional song Tamasese. Further, the high chiefly titles of the Tu'iaana, Tu'iatua, I don't know how to yeah,
Yeah.
and Tamasoali'i became four constituent titles ascribed to the overarching title of Tafai'ifa, and for a period Tu'iatua, and by implication Tafai'ifa claimed control over Tutuila. Still, Manua remained independent and unaffected by interregional conflicts. The last Tui Manua, Elisara, allowed the American flag to be raised on Manua in 1900, although he refrained from formally transferring political power to the United States. So once again, it is regularly recognized that the Western Islands were much more powerful and much more influential in regards to population, economy, and everything else.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say, because even if when they gave their timeline of 500 years, Upolu and Savaii had very close ties to the Tu'i-Tonga and a lot more influence. So with Salamasina being older, because that Salamasina would be older. No, the Marietoa would be older. The Marietoa title would be older than the Tui Manua. If we go by the timeline on the data carbon
Yeah.
dating on the ruins, and Salamasina being a granddaughter, her mother being the granddaughter of a Tu'i-Tonga, Salamasina was one of the few to have all of the titles too. That was closely influenced the Tu'i-Tonga. So obviously the Tu'i-Tonga had that influence. Don't bother the Tui Manua, and that's why it was in a secluded area. Like I said, for an older
Isolated.
sibling that had legitimate ties to the title, but for whatever reason he wasn't chosen, and it could have been maybe something he did that he didn't, Tu'i-Tonga at the time didn't like. Sent back, spare him his life, and he kind of live out the rest of his days and his followers there, and that's what made them have that name. But Upolu and Savaii seem to be older title wise if they go by dating, carbon dating.
Yeah. And here's the other thing. Here, it gets even worse. So it's not only conflicts from Upolu and Savaii. Look at what they have here. Conflicting with numerous legends of a united polity in Manua are two renditions of Kala, where the three islands of Manua fought against each other, in addition to general references about wars between Ofu and Olosenga. Each version of the Fo'usia account will be discussed from historic accounts and cultural histories. All iterations of the Fo'usia Tala involve the islet of Nu'utele and the coastal plain of the West Manua Archaeological Survey area. So even within the Tui Manua Islands, there are histories there, and they cover all the different histories, and they don't even agree with each other, right?
Yeah.
So once again, how can you say this is the origin and this is the unifying power throughout all Polynesia when even within the three small islands in Manua, there is no consistent leadership role until a very young Tui Manua, which would fit a lot of the other things of Tui Manua being directly tied to the Tu'i-Tonga, leading to that type of stability, because there was no stability in Manua Islands themselves. So not just the Samoa overall, but even within the Manua Islands. And then they cover all the oral histories. This is oral histories they get from people who live in Manua. You know, just like the Pulemele Mound, right?
Yeah.
Where here we have we have the academics saying, "Oh, it's some kind of religious blah blah blah," and then you go talk to the locals, and they say, "Oh, our ancestors just told us this was for the Tuitonga." And this was built for the Tuitonga, and it was called the Patonga, and it was built specifically for the Tuitonga. So, once again, oral history by itself, not a reliable source, because there's so many conflicting stories.
Yes. Well, oral history in recent times is still good, but when you talk about ancient history, oh man, yeah, you gotta go really deep than that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, even right here with the, once again, the second rendition, because there are different stories, they have a
Yeah.
map of how the fighting, even on that island, Ofu Island itself,
What's
there
happening?
were conflicts in there and how the forces were repelled. Let's see here. There are several tala regarding foreign evasions of Manua. The first attempted evasion of Manua was around 500 AD. Once again, how are we saying 500 AD when this is the oral history, right?
Yeah.
And then the
yeah.
archaeological history says 1200. Once again, the only thing that pushes the Tui Manua this far
No, you see,
is
part of
oral
the
history.
problem, a lot of the problems in the kind of Hawaii has the same challenge, is that the title would go amongst brothers. You see, there a lot of them will count it generations as if it's father to son, but the titles wouldn't go father to son. It would go from brother to brother to brother until that Osea foi tangata goya, and then Hokoreva to the next generation. Right? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So like it would go like Danny to Uma to me to Utua to right until all the males of this generation are gone, and then it would pass to the next generation. Because Hawaii has the same problem, and a lot of people look at that and they try and count it as a generation from a father to a son instead of brother to brother.
Yeah,
and so
Was
that's
that-
how you get these dates. That's how you get these dates, is because people try and count them from one generation, and it's just not. That's not accurate how a bunch of those titles were passed, because
Yeah, I mean,
and that's remember, because when you have that, you're holding the title as a caretaker, not as a legitimate heir to that title. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, but that's the point. The point is, when you're just going off of oral history and not tying it to some type of archaeological site, it's hard to navigate oral history alone.
Yeah,
you get it, and that's the same thing here. What and you're going to talk about the star mounds here and how they thought it was sacred sites and so forth, but then they just say it's a TSA Lupe. It's a pigeon mound. Exactly like what the words say it is.
Yeah.
But you have other people giving it different meanings behind the mounds. And that's really what this is kind of getting into. Right? After they just say the specialized mounds and how they're different from Tonga mounds and so forth, and then they come down here and it's like, oh yeah, it's a pigeon snaring. That's what the oral history just really says it is. But then you have other people trying to make it into something more than it really is.
Yeah.
I think this is where we ended, just on the review there. They haven't even gotten to the actual data. But I mean, the reality is there is very little. There has been two things. These are a few things that we can take out of this story. There have been multiple archaeological studies done in Manua. I've seen a lot online saying, oh no, they haven't done the studies, but once they do, they're going to find all this stuff. My Samoan Manuan brothers, they have done significant studies. And then the other thing is the Tui Manua, from that video and the study, it's 400, maybe 500 years old at best. But there are many other explanations to cover that.
No,
I don't know.
Very, very interesting. No, very interesting. And to be honest, I think we already touched on it too, when they just talk about the ruins and what they find with their studies, they're not interjecting on trying to uh, give a narrative of what the oral history means this way. It was very confusing. But when they just talk about the ruins and what they found, it made sense with the whole timeline, and
Yeah.
we can actually put things together and say, okay, in the Samoan archipelago, there was the Maria Toa with the little scuffle they had with the Tui Tonga during that time that created the Maria Toa title. Then Salamasina came, and then after Salamasina, the Tui Manua kind of sprung up in
Mhm.
Manua. So that gives me a timeline. And when they talk
Yeah.
about the 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 data of just what they found and what they've dated, and they don't give their own interpretation, it makes so much sense. There's a better flow and it makes sense. But but yeah,
Yeah.
I just thought
And
that was
then
funny.
once you understand that relationship to the Tuitonga, then all the other
Yeah,
oral history about the Tuimanua makes sense, a descendant of Tangaloa. Well, yes, because
yeah,
these families, Aho Etu was the heir, right? Descends
yeah,
from Tangaloa. All this stuff makes sense. You can
yeah,
you can see how everything with the Tuimanua that does make sense, and then the other stuff that doesn't make sense is once they try to elevate the Tuimanua to the origins of Polynesia and the quote unquote heir directly from Tangaloa, those storylines don't make sense, right?
hmm,
But when you put it with the dates, with the
yeah,
archaeological dates, you can see, okay, there are quite a few things for the
yes,
Tuimanua that is true with the
yes.
proper context behind it.
Yes. Well, and that's why, and that's the value of us maintaining our sovereignty. Because I'm telling you, us understanding, because and there was it was a Polynesian etiquette, but obviously seems like because when we're the only one to avoid colonization, it's definitely a Tongan thing because we can point to stories of when the older brother doesn't receive the title, they're moved somewhere else, or if you're the legitimate title holder, you go somewhere else to another island. You stay there because that's a Tongan etiquette to don't interfere because you're not going to get it, but you're still family. But it's a Tongan etiquette. You just go somewhere else until whoever's the person's done with the title, and then maybe you can establish relationship or whatever. But there's still that respect, and obviously that's kind of the other theory, right? That's kind of with the Tui Manua, because that's the one we've discussed that it could have been an older brother that resided there, and then it was just respectfully just kind of left him to do his thing, and maybe some visits and help to create a road or whatever. But also that other one from the other viewer mentioning that hey, maybe some they held the Tui Manua title and the Tui Tonga title at the same
Yeah,
time.
that's a real possibility as well,
Yeah.
Mm,
right? I mean, and
yeah.
let me, you guys just kind of continue on that while I try to find that comment
Yeah.
Right,
and
because they
that
would also
reference.
Mahino and also the when they're family like that or Mahino somewhere down the road, the families are going to re-intermarry
Yes.
and kind of bring those
Yes.
bloodlines back together.
Yes. Yes. So yeah, we all agree that Manua was a very close tie, but to say that they were the creator of the Tui Tonga is pretty far fetched stretched right now. So um, but yeah, we can definitely say it was a close relative of a Tui Tonga. But
I'm a little more interested in kind of the history of when even the name Tui came into existence.
mm,
Because like in obviously in Hawaiian history and stuff and everything, there was the god Ku, and that was the
huh,
political arm. That was the essentially the enforcer god, right? Who
uh,
demanded blood sacrifice and was the god of war.
hmm
And so you can kind of see because I can't remember who it was that was telling me, but it's like that's the god Ku is the same as that's the holder of power in an area, and it's like that is like koe tu ia I Feia, right? Koe tu I Tonga, koe tu I
mm,
Samoa.
that
Um,
that explains. Yeah.
and so
Regarding the location of where they're residing. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Because there's
Well,
even I remember one guy in the that was in the army with me. His name was his last name was Tui Olosenga. So obviously from Manua, right?
Mm,
Because you have the I mean, you find the Tui name all over Fiji, Tonga, Samoa, all of those places, right? But the only place where Ku is a god, at least that I'm aware of, is in Hawaii. I don't know if Ku is also a god in Tahiti as well. But that's an interesting.
Yeah. Well, and we also, and this is another thing about how the Polynesian was actually under one kind of language and one kind of, I'll still say empire or civilization, that apparently when the Hawaiians was with William Mariner and came down to Tonga, they were just talking like, it was like one language. It was like come off the boat. It was just easy to communicate instantly and take orders from Finau Ulukalala and just communicate. So obviously there was really no barriers of like a Tongan trying to understand a Samoan now. So obviously there was a universal language between the islands, because obviously you only, and the only reason why you have that universal language, it's either you do certain cultural events like the Polo Polo or Inasi that kind of keeps those islands practicing, because if they weren't traveling back and forth, you will develop your own kind of language to a point that how it is to Tonga and
Well,
Samoa.
at the time,
You can pick up little things here and there, but not really clearly communicate.
I mean, at the time of European contact, the Tongans were the only ones that were still doing long sea voyaging.
Correct. Yeah.
Throughout the Pacific.
Yes. Well, and it seems like Tongans were the ones that really had, for long navigation. We're talking about long distance travel. It seems like that knowledge were really used by and also probably used to maintain probably the whole Tui Tonga influence throughout the islands. That
Well,
really had
yeah,
that knowledge of
100%. It's
travel.
like there's a reason why the Britain had the biggest, the nations, and it's true today as well. The reason why the United States is a global superpower is because of one thing.
The
It's
Navy,
the U.S. It's the U.S. Navy.
the
right?
traveling in the
And
sea. Yeah.
before that, the major global power was England, because England had the biggest navy, and prior to the English was Spain, and it was the Spanish navy that controlled that space. And I mean, the evidence of it clearly is that there's the reason why the Tongans maintained that influence, and it was because of the long distance voyaging capability that they had.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's just the English Navy, the American Navy requires an enormous amount of logistical support. And
and that's the thing. I can't find the comment, but it's one thing to be able to travel. Spain could travel. Portugal could travel. It's another thing to be able to travel and be organized enough, and logistically capable enough, and have the military capacity to maintain where you go.
Well,
that's the same thing.
The Spanish could travel until the English beat them in those naval battles.
Well, it's not necessarily that they were beat, but that storm that destroyed
the Battle of Trafalgar. That's Admiral Nelson when he defeats the Spanish Armada. That's when the global tide changes and England becomes the global superpower.
I thought that a storm destroyed the majority of the Armada, and what was remaining was destroyed by the English, but could be right. But I mean, that's the thing. I can't find it, but the reality is, why is this important? Why does this even matter? Right?
Yeah.
And it's because the truth matters. If we're going to say we need to unite as a Polynesian group, as a Polynesian people, understanding the truth matters. You don't want to build something on a fake foundation.
And this is the truth. This is the truth that I see. I see a relationship and a love between brothers that superseded the desire for power. And then you have a history that comes down to us, and then all of us argue over this and that. But if you were to ask those guys at the time, They loved and cared about each other more than they loved and cared about political power. I think that is the truth to learn. And here's my evidence for it, is that when the love that you have for each other and the love that you have, if your love for power supersedes your love for each other and the love of your country, that's when you become divided and are susceptible to be taken over. And a massive problem, that's how Hawaii got taken over, is that they couldn't settle their differences and they went and got foreign power. They invited multiple foreign powers into their home, and those foreign powers took them over. And that to me is the lesson. If you don't let your relationships between your siblings, your family, and the love of your country supersede your petty differences or your political squabbles, it'll divide your family and you will be taken over by a foreign power. To me, that's the truth I see.
Any thoughts, Amasi?
No, it could have possibly been that way with the Tui Manua, and obviously it's in the Tui Tonga era. Could have been that way, and yeah, I mean, we could see it. I mean, it's an example of no infighting. What does it? No infighting happen? We get to have our freedom, and we are able to focus on other things that makes us unique in focusing on other things to better our families instead of trying to fight for our language, trying to fight for our freedom, our land, or because we are. And also to bring Polynesia together, because like I said, we don't have these stories to share because we lost our sovereignty. The only reason why we share these stories is because we have our sovereignty. We were part of the Polynesian tree, right? It's just been chopped off. And right now, I think we talked about it too. Right now, what's left? The stump, right? Where the stump that's left of what the Polynesian civilization, if you want to call it that way, empire. I like to call it empire because it was a different way, not just through military takeover. But there could have maybe been a better name. It could have just been called in the Tongan name, the Pureanga or Tuitonga. you know, So I don't know how you want to say it in that terms, but English you can be very more detailed, but yeah, no, and that's what it is. We're just a stump, and then we just do this history so that hopefully it can shed a light to the rest of the branches that's been cut off and it's been isolated for many years. So that's why it's very new for our relatives to understand kind of the history, because it is new. But yeah, that's my thoughts on
Yeah.
that.
I mean, my thoughts is this. I agree with the premise, but I think there's an underlying universal thought as well. The reason why you have the ability to resist the temptation of power is because you're built, your view of the world is built on the truth, right?
Yeah.
It is the understanding that, dude, it's not easy to maintain power. It's not easy to maintain a quote unquote civilization. It's not easy. And it's actually very delicate, right? This is why I believe Laufiri Tonga did not just throw Tupou the first under the bus. He understands how delicate power is, how it can slip away from you. And it requires, for power to maintain or order to maintain itself, it takes sacrifice. And that sacrifice will be asked of everyone, not just the person who becomes quote unquote Tui. That power is as delicate or as fragile or as strong as everyone around him is willing to sacrifice. But it's understanding that that's what it took. It took thousands of years of sacrifice, and that your quote unquote role in it is understanding that big picture. This is why I think it's important to understand the true origin, is for that exact same reason. There is no reason why a Polynesian nation cannot lay claim on the fact that Tonga not being colonized in many ways is the Polynesian culture as a people not being colonized, right? We can lose the branches, we can lose the bigger portions, but the reality is the root survived, and as long as the root survives, it can be brought back, and that everybody has laid claim to that. Samoans have laid claim to the fact that the Polynesian nation survived. This is not something that's uniquely Tongan, right? And it's really our ability to stay together and stay united despite the situation we're in now. But that proper understanding is what will bring us together, is the understanding of that bigger picture, that thousands of years of a nation, whether it was through, semi-autonomous of the Inasi and the Polo Polo, or during the direct giving of those, tribute directly to Tonga Tapu. That's not what's important. What's important is our civilization, if you believe, and this is the other thing I'm starting to come to with the start of this program, is there are many of the Polynesians who don't even believe that there was a Polynesian state or organized quote unquote nation. Many of them believe we just occupied and as one group went to another island, there was no connectivity.
Yeah,
right?
that's crazy.
There was no,
but that's just ignorance, though.
Well, but that ignorance is becoming the reality, because now we're having certain people say, yeah, we didn't even come from other parts of Polynesia. They came from somewhere else.
They came from the bottom of the ocean.
Well, according to some of their stories, but that's what I'm getting to is when you understand the true history and where it comes from, then now we can actually come together. Until we identify the real origin, then we cannot come together.
Well, what is the real origin?
No, that's the question. That's what we're asking.
I think the origin. I think the real origin is spiritual in nature, and I think that's proven that all of Polynesia is hyper spiritual in nature. That it didn't matter where you went, whether it's Hawaii, Tonga, Fiji, Samoa. Well, I don't know the Tahitians as well because they're French, and the French are a lot more what do you call it? What do you say? Anti-religious than most other places, but I think the origin. This is just my personal view. I think the origin was spiritual in nature first. There's a reason why they sailed and they sailed and they sailed until they finally said, "This is the place," and then they said, "We'll settle here."
Hikureo, Lee. That's what we were thinking.
Yep.
That's what Hikureo.
I don't have necessarily. I guess. Yeah. I mean, I'm somewhat open to that, but I do have. At some point, you had to put the stick in the ground, and I'm okay with. Okay, we stopped a few places, but the stick in the ground where you started building from, it has to be somewhere. It can't be everywhere. You can't just say it was totally 100% spiritual, because spiritual means it never really manifests itself temporally. You have to manifest temporally somewhere. And what we're saying is, okay, if we concede spiritually everywhere, but temporally it manifested first, our position is Tonga Tapu. And it wasn't even the Tu'i Tonga. Like Masi is saying, it wasn't even the Tu'i Tonga where it manifested physically first. It was with Tangaloa. And it manifested first with Tangaloa. It just so happens that Aho'eitu, for whatever reason, right? There have been some interesting ideas as to why there was a switch from the Tangaloa as the head of the civilization to the Tu'i Tonga. Some people have expressed some oral history that I guess Maui and Tangaloa lines had a falling out, right? And then there was a need to restructure. I could see that as a possibility, because you see the same thing with the Tu'i Tonga and the Tu'i Kanukupolu, where the Tu'i Tonga realized there has been a significant change in the world or the environment that the Tu'i Tonga, in order for the civilization to survive, the Tu'i Tonga needed to hand it off to the youngest kingly line, the Tu'i Kanukupolu, in order for the civilization to move forward. It's very possible that a similar thing happened, which is why Tangaloa instituted the Tu'i Tonga line. But we have to somewhat try to find an origin or a truth, because if not, we have people in Tahiti said we originated from Tahiti. We have people from Fiji saying we originated from Fiji. It's like, well, we can't all be from everywhere. If we're from everywhere, then we're from nowhere.
Yeah. No. I 100% agree. The truth matters, and where it comes from, because we're able to have proper discussion on our history. Because if we don't, then you recreate. The thing is, if no truth is taught and you're not able to have the courage to judge or share, even if it may be inconvenient to what you've been told from your family and stuff. And then I'm just thinking, when you create confusion, then you have no future, and you're bound to make more mistakes in a state of confusion. But that's all. That's all. And then we're playing our little part. Just take it if you don't. If not, like I said, it's just a platform to share our ideas. But but no, 100% agree with the importance of no. And I was gonna share that even one of our viewers shared that somebody even foresaw this as a Polynesian civilization, like Maria Toa, the one that recently passed away. He wanted all the Polynesian islands to actually recreate our own kind of country and more like states. So the Maria Toa was the one who was trying to do that. Yes, we can try to do that. Would have been awesome, because obviously he knew the history of us being one civilization, one empire, or one ruler. So obviously that was a thing, and that wasn't too far off. I think the Maria Toa was, 1960s, or when did Samoa become independent? But obviously when he was the head of state, he saw this, and Maria Toa being the oldest title holder in Savai and Upolu, because he had some close history and maybe some family gems that passed down within their history. He knew that we were one civilization. That's why he tried to advocate for it. But obviously it didn't come to fruition. But like I said, the stump still survive in the roots to this day.
Yeah, they had and this is during the time of King Kalakaua. King Kalakaua was Maria Toa and the Speaker of the House in Tonga. They were negotiating the Polynesian Confederacy, I think is what they were calling it. They were trying to negotiate a uniting of Tonga, Samoa, and Hawaii.
Yeah, no, and that's the thing.
Awesome. That would have been awesome.
It would have been awesome. But you know what you need in order to achieve something like that? A unified origin and history that everyone says that's it. You need a glue. You need a glue. If not, it's very difficult. It's very difficult to achieve that. You need something that will unify.
Yeah, I mean they agreed on a bunch of the origin stuff. What they didn't have were guns big enough to defeat the Europeans who were busy.
But that's also true of Tonga. We didn't have the guns.
Yeah,
we didn't have the guns. I mean, there's ways. I mean, obviously, you need God's help at the end of the day. If God says it's going to survive, it's going to survive. But as God says, if ye are not one, ye are not mine. You can't make that happen. But here's a last video, and then we'll have closing comments. I thought this was pretty cool to see. This will be our. Let me see if I can. What is this one? Where's the TikTok tab? I thought this was very interesting. So, I guess this is Miss Samoa, New Zealand, and
just the backyard, my backyard.
Yes, and really to talk about what the unification can mean, right? And what potential is there, and what the power is of that. So this looks like a fundraiser for Miss Samoa, New Zealand. with the Tongan community.
Okay.
Right. And I think that's this when we're talking about the unity and why this matters. This is the kind of stuff that makes it interesting. Like
Our Miss Samoa Anzi is fluent in Samoan and Tongan.
And in saying that, oh my goodness, now my makeup is all no photos, please. But from the bottom of my heart, everyone here, I just want like heartfelt gratitude. Everyone in front of me, behind me, and also those who have worked hard behind the scenes to make this night possible. For that, I just say, and may God be with us in this journey we take together. Look forward to taking you all with me, whether that be virtually or in Samoa. This is for our people and this is for our country.
POV our
so. I thought that was interesting. Closing thoughts, Lee, Masi, and then we'll close it out.
Well, I tell this. I tell this to to a bunch of young Tongan kids and stuff and everything. I say if every Polynesian in the world dropped dead right now, nobody would notice. The world wouldn't notice, and so we're kind of in a very interesting right. If every Tongan dropped dead, the only organizations that would notice would probably be the NRL. The NFL would have like a moment of silence. And then if every Polynesian dropped dead, there would probably be a bunch of people in Hawaii that would celebrate the new land that people could buy out there, Because like
the Chinese in Tonga would celebrate because now they can take over the land because they can't own
if
any.
There's a lot there, there's we definitely as Tongans, as Polynesians, we definitely punch above our weight, but it's kind of like a crazy kind of spirit that drives us to do things that normal human beings can't do, right? And so even though we have all these arguments and stuff and everything with these guys on who's right on this or that, it's kind of that Taifieto spirit that makes the rivalry between Tonga and Samoa so awesome. I think it's the best rivalry on the planet,
Yeah.
I think it's the best rivalry in the world. I love it. Whatever keeps that rivalry alive and healthy, I like a lot. But I think you have to be, all of us, if you're Polynesian, you're a little bit crazy because you had to be a little bit crazy. You inherited that from your ancestors to get on a boat and go into the middle of the ocean and say you're going to find somewhere for you and your family to live. So I don't mind everyone being a little bit crazy because we're all a little bit crazy. So I I enjoy that. I like it. And I think people shouldn't shouldn't shy away from it, but you actually should fully embrace it, because it's that kind of spirit that lets you do things that a normal human being would not do. Our ancestors were not normal human beings. It's how we ended up where we are. And if we're gonna survive and make our mark and keep punching above our weight, we're gonna have to keep believing and investing in that spirit. So those are my final thoughts.
10-4 malo Masi.
No, enjoy the discussion. This is all part of peeling the potato one one skin at a time kind of thing. But this is just our thoughts regarding the Polynesian nation, Polynesian civilization, Polynesian empire, headquartered and led by the Tui Tonga in Tongatapu, and we were all one people. And it's an awesome. We've kind of shared before. It is crazy. It is crazy, especially when you look throughout the history of many countries today, that not many First Nation people can say they still have their sovereignty now. At least Polynesians can still say that through the survival of Tonga. And this is all part of building the Polynesian spirit, the Polynesian um, ingenuity, because the way Tonga survived, it is very smart and tactic. At the same time, spiritually intervened by God, because there's many times, like I said, it is not normal human behavior to let a fellow younger rank line to be in charge of Tonga today, and to give up power. But it's good to see sacrifice, because that's what sacrifice actually looks like, to let maybe a competitor, but it's better to see a competitor win instead of a foreigner rule your lands. And that was what the vision um, was for Laufiri Tonga. And also not only that, but also the actual transition of the Tongan legitimization of this is the this is the new king that will take us forward in the future with the Kava. So yeah, and this is all part of understanding our history slowly, and more history to be discovered in the future. Malo.
Yo, malo, masi. Yeah, my closing thoughts are very much along the lines as you guys shared. I am definitely a big believer that the Polynesian nation existed. It was real, and it is still real to this day. And we see it in the similar culture we share, the spiritual beliefs that we have. And if you are religious, the question we ask ourselves is, why did the Polynesian civilization have the root survive? If the root survived, then one could make the argument there is an intention to restore in some form or way.
That would
Right?
be awesome.
Scriptures are
Yeah.
very clear. That is a fairly regular practice of the God that we worship. Is he may diminish to the point of the root where everyone says it is dead, and then he will bring back that root, and it will flourish once again. And so that to me is really important. And once again, I really do believe all of Polynesia has claim to Tonga and contributed to Tonga's ability
Yeah.
to endure, because that is the Polynesian nation. A prime example,
Mm.
the Matai system through the Tu'ikanukupolu. Without that, Tonga would not have survived. The reason why Tonga survived is because all the ideas, all the experience, collective experience of the Polynesian nation was really concentrated on Tongatapu, and that's what allowed that part of our civilization to survive. And in many ways, that is something that I think is really, and I think there's a responsibility. If you wanted to say a familial structure, Tonga and Samoa are the older siblings and have a greater responsibility to drive the unity. Because in reality, when we look at the relationship of the Tui Tonga, there are more marriages to Samoa than there were to Hawaii or Tahiti or anywhere else. So in many ways, that is the core of the Polynesian civilization. And as the elder quote unquote siblings, heavy responsibility on Tonga and Samoa tonight. And I see us already heading in that direction, right? We see that as the case. And I'm really excited to see what the future brings. Really appreciate everyone. It's like 3 o'clock in the morning. We still have 20 plus active viewers. Oh, looks like
survived the second. Is that the second or third assassination?
Just saying, my uncle Donald made it to the program today. Just want to say,
way.
says he's okay. You know, so just want to say what's up.
If the 0.03% of Polynesians in America can vote for Uncle Donald, he would appreciate that.
Yeah.
To keep your freedoms, to do your podcast and cut costs.
See, the reason why he survived, my Hawaiian Chinese wife put the protective amulet next to
Oh, right next to him.
Donald over here.
Yahweh.
That's
That's why. That's why he
why.
turned his head right at the right moment.
Uh-huh.
Oh, Yahweh. But yeah, really want to close that out. I appreciate everyone's time and really all the support. We're knocking on 400 subscribers on Facebook. We're almost at 2,000 on TikTok. I mean, we have over 200,000 views on TikTok. Appreciate all the support. Any like, any comment, any share goes a long way. And can't wait to have our Polynesian t-shirts and hats come out probably at the beginning of the year. But really appreciate everyone's time. As always, as we close out every program, stay curious and ask the hard questions. And until next time, malo.
Malo.
Peace. All right, guys. Malo, la vaya.